Don't do it.
Alright.
Don't
I
do
hit
it.
the play button. The can has been cracked, though none of you can hear it anymore.
Don't do it.
She
He did
cracked
it.
that fucker.
We're live. There's no going back. Oh god.
Yeah?
Hi, Squeaky.
That was Squeaky's I just had a bunch of cheese voice.
And she's
There's
gonna
a lot
fucking
of
die later.
There's a lot of cheese. I had a Tex-Mex, and then I had like a four cheese Romano Asiago Parmigiano pizza mozzarella, and I threw that in there. And then there was like a cheddar Monterey, more pizza mozzarella, and then quesadilla queso.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's all in this soup.
And now it's all in a soup.
Yes, along with cream,
Oh.
sour cream.
You're gonna extra die.
Yeah, no, I might not make game tomorrow.
We
I'll
have
try.
Just have to ask Tristan and be like, hey Tristan, is she still on the? Yeah, she's still on the toilet. Oh, okay.
She's been
Should
on the
we-
toilet for the last 48 hours.
We're just
Like,
gonna
should
wheel my
we? I've
computer
already
over to
called
the bathroom.
people. Okay.
We're gonna just wheel my computer over to the bathroom, and that's where I'll be.
This is how it ends. This is how it begins. Lovely.
I'm a lady.
Can you guys believe it's been a whole year since we did Game Lab?
Oh fuck.
It's been a whole fucking year. I can't believe it myself. Like,
Man.
passage of time is weird.
Time exists.
I love that I can get away with saying it's been a year or a week, and both are accurate.
It's been a while.
It's
It-
been
1 week.
It's been a week.
Oh.
Hi, Chad. How are you today, by the way? I hope you guys all had a good New Year's and holidays, and I think no, wait, we were here for the between the fucking holidays. What the fuck am I talking about? So yeah, I hope you had a good New Year's and holidays. You're all beautiful. How have your guys' weeks been, by the way? I hope you all didn't
terrible.
fucking die.
I almost died.
Everything's
Yeah.
terrible.
No, that scares the shit out of me. I had that almost happen to me once, though it wasn't in the winter. Where I just thought a dude was gonna stop, and I was like, oh, let me just accelerate to go by them, and then they didn't stop, and I was like, oh, fuck.
I love near deaths.
If I had gone just a little bit quicker on like the side of the crosswalk, whether that person swerved or not, that van would have taken me with it into that goddamn
shit.
snowbank.
Oh shit, I'm so fucking dumb. I was so prepared with everything. I was like, I have done nothing wrong with my setup. I forgot to put in the alert sounds on the starting soon screen. Oh my fucking god. Thank you, Han, for $40. How are you? I hope you had a good New Year. Let me just, disseminate that amongst the players.
What was the
Oh,
word
yeah.
you used?
Disseminate.
Okay. Just want to make sure.
What did you think I said?
Inseminate.
Yeah.
I heard seminate, and I thought it was like my mind immediately went to inseminate, and I was like, what?
Everybody getting some good boy coins.
Yay! I'm such a good boy.
Or... wait.
Yeah, you're a good boy, Deco.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, Dan,
Yeah,
I'm
you're
gonna
a
have to
good boy.
take these.
Oh no! Well,
Because you're gonna get 2 more because you did all this fucking art that people can't see yet. And then all of that just
Hey.
becomes one of these.
Nom, nom, nom.
Oh, man. One day I'm gonna delete the coin pouch, but right now it's really fucking big. Man, Deco, look at you with these 8 good boy coins.
Good thing I'm not doing the recap. Otherwise, I would go away, you see.
Unless I roll on you.
The fuck up.
But if I roll on you, you only get 1 good boy coin, because I'm forcing you to.
We'll
Yeah.
see how it goes.
We'll see what God decides. Oh my god.
I have a sucker.
Do you? You have a
I
sucker?
heard something else. I know you said sucker, but I heard something. God, fuck.
You heard
You alright?
fucker?
Do you need to like? I don't know. I don't know what to do for you, honestly.
I almost died today. Okay, I'm
Yeah.
in shock still. Clearly, that's why.
Oh my god.
That's why I put all this cheese in the soup. I'm doing what the van couldn't.
I'm just finishing what the band started.
Num num.
All right, you know, let's get off the starting soon screen for right now. Let's let everybody just admire all the art that was created in like the last month because it's been 4 sessions since Din joined.
It's only 4.
It's been like 4 sessions, Din. Maybe 5.
Wonderful.
I think it's been more than 4.
Because it's like from here to here is the first session Din was in. Then we have from here to here where you guys went through the day and then went to bed. And then we have the longest art binge I have seen yet.
That was a lot of cover.
1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, 1. I can fucking numbers. 2, 3, which stops here. It starts fucking up here.
Yeah,
Then
last image I saved was like 80 something, I think.
85.
4.
Mm-hmm.
And then yeah, last session was 5. So this is session 6 since Din's joined.
Come on.
Wow. So when's that new table coming in?
When Mimi can't hide it anymore. And then let's also just not forget the one we lost along the way. Gone but never forgotten. May this fluffy mane live forever in our hearts and minds.
In
Oh,
the
yeah.
arms of an angel.
Look at it.
The fluffy king.
He's so fluffy, I'm gonna die.
Oreo was a precious bean.
I know I died. And then let's also not forget the beautiful art commissioned by Squeaky.
Mary
Oh
Hollimus.
my god, awesome.
Oh, Kobe, thank you for the resub. Damn, you've been a
Hey.
tier 1 for 6 months. That's fucking crazy. Thank you. I appreciate that so much. You should also sub the Squeaky so you can get both halves of the Gown Polo emote. No
Yeah.
reason. And you know, let's also not forget these brave souls who have suffered through this game and reached 4 levels. Look at this face. Look at this happy face. Trin is like never this happy.
No.
But look at him, so happy.
That was Trin taking a picture for a camera, you see. You have to smile for it.
Yeah, it was for the character art slot.
This is me about to kill you.
This is me being really happy. You'll no longer be here. And we've got the 2 sides of a sphere, the good boy and the not good boy.
That's what happens if I get 2 more good boy coins. Everybody's gonna fucking die. You better stay away.
Oh, there's just a big lump of melted cheese in the soup.
And sadly, Shadow Dragon, you cannot give good boy coins by points. You can give advantage for the next roll.
Get
not yet.
thing for the price of money.
The price of your immortal soul and letting me eat.
Money.
Is Nihilus the only one actually who doesn't smile? Yeah, he is.
Hmm.
What are you talking about?
Despite being the happiest motherfucker here and the most
Right?
responsible adult,
It's like
his
the
character art
Ronin
doesn't
conundrum
smile.
where Ronin's token is him frowning, but he's never ever frowning.
And then we got Sleepy Mimi over here. Look at her, so sleepy. I love how she has like these like bearing shoulder jammies.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's actually what she has under the robe. That's the clothes she got.
Yeah, cold shoulder.
It's just like it's time to go to bed. Okay, throws off the robes, just throws herself into the bed.
What do you go? think Boko's just the bed now.
And then let's not forget all these beautiful doodles as despite FOMO not being here anymore, the Oreo doodles have still survived to this day,
Yeah.
along with the slime. And now we have a beautiful Boko to go with them.
Yeah.
A tiny potato. And God, what session was this from? Please, no. Right. This was back when you guys were heading back to the castle.
Yeah. It's called selective confidence.
It's just come. God, that feels so long ago
Morphic.
now.
I remember that. So, hi, Trent. Ah!
River secured.
My
man.
river bath.
Fucking Lindo. You can't forget this piece of Lindo art.
Oh yeah. Yeah, beautiful info art. Listen, Lindo is canon. He just occasionally materializes the hit on people in every setting, then disappears.
Yes.
Just, give them that +1, you look submissive and breedable, and then leaves. But yeah. I think it's time to go over here. And does anybody want to volunteer to do the recap?
Can't do it. If I did it, I'd lose all my good boys.
Knock knock. It's Diablo. You didn't pay your rent, and by that I mean, what the fuck did you do? Why do I feel like shit? Answer us, Sphere. Who are you again?
I've never met you in my
Okay,
life.
cool. So you're gonna be an asshole about it. I hope you missed sleep. I hope you're not gonna miss sleep because fuck you. And then a fate card happened, and then this
Yay, Satan!
double ram. Oh god, my stomach. Double ram was like, "Yo, Diablos, I need you to chill for just a hot second, man. Something told me that I should come here. Something conspicuous that you should come here.
Oh my god.
Lay off the rabbit." And he held out his hand to Sphere, and Sphere was like,
Wow.
Ramu-senpai. That's it. And then he flexed.
And,
And the Sphere-
oiled himself up.
And Sphere was like, look at my new best friend. I don't know anybody by the name of Titan. I only know this guy. And Juliet was like, holy crap, I didn't know that you could have 4 sets of biceps and 20 abs and I need to write a report about this. I'm gonna do that now. And then she didn't do that. But because of all of this, Sphere got a shit amount of sleep. Nihilus looks like he's happy.
He slept
Mimi
great.
Mimi looks content, and Trin looks like an Adventure Time character with that face. Just like I deserve this, and Kato's just not having a good time, but it's okay. Trin's just like, it's cool. I'm cool. It's fine.
I'll hold your hand.
You'll hold my hand, and I'm just not gonna talk about this. You'll wake up soon and snap out of it soon. Meanwhile, back with Sphere and Juliet, while Juliet's losing her shit, Nihilus barges in without a shirt, and Mr. Ram Dude's like, yo, hi, I'm Mr. Ram Dude. I'm here to help Sphere now. And Nihilus is like, whoa, man, I thought you were the devil. That's kind of weird, but Sphere, you really shouldn't make a huge racket out of shit like this, because I could have killed a man.
I love
that's
it.
That's what I do. And Sphere was like, no problem, Nihilus. No promises, though. And Trin took a bath. And Mimi was like, oh, it's the sheepy man. And the sheepy man was like, I shall protect this potato.
Nice fan service. Thank you, Din.
And I actually have no idea what happened in the scene, but the Empress did not approve of it.
Does anybody want to tag team in? Somebody who potentially just lost all their good boy coins to a donation from
Fucking
Crazy
what?
Fox?
I would love to. Anyway, so
Where'd they go? You can't do this to me! Ow!
Esper wanted to use his favor.
Time for the angry eyes.
Gonna put on my angry face. So Sphere wanted to figure out something to do this favor, and he figured, hey, maybe if I get a favor from the Empress to help me look better in the eyes of the Republic, maybe we can get in there without any hassle. So he asked the Empress for a ton of aether crystals to bring to the Republic, and she's like, yeah, that's like giving them. That's like literally just handing them a knife to stab me with. So I'm not doing
That's
that.
why I tried asking for something else. I knew it was stupid when I got there.
Either way,
I'm not
we had
a
it.
good boy anymore, and I'm sad. Anyway,
Either way, we headed out to Melman, to which Mimi was like, I can't wait to introduce you to all of my friends and family and loved ones and people that I care about more than anything at Luminous Wings, who are all alive and well.
Also,
And-
this horse.
And before everybody that So before that though, we had some time. So we had some time at night where we all did girls' night, and Trin doesn't know what girls' night is because for the last year they weren't a girl. So they and also just their life, they didn't have girlfriends. They don't understand. And Boko was the fairest lady at the ball that night. And at some point, Mimi gave Sphere this cute little brooch that I think belongs to Luminous Wings. And Sphere was like, I will take this and pawn it on eBay.
yeah.
Mimi runs with velocity. I don't remember the scene.
Does anybody want to step in for an easy coin?
Please, guys, my tummy's on a timer.
Wasn't that the one where they were going into Luminous Wings, and then Boy had to roll to see if they noticed Mimi sneaking away?
Oh yeah, that gets you good boy coin.
Yeah, also, there's not a thing for the super sweet freaking Nihilus and a Sphere conversation where Nihilus was being good boy. I think Nihilus should get that good boy
Drawing.
point, and I'm gonna continue being angry eyes.
Oh no, Nihilus got one earlier for the tag team win earlier.
before leaving
okay.
work, mister.
Anywho,
Anywho, while Nihilus joined Mimi or followed Mimi with Boko to see what was going on, the rest of the crew stayed by the nearby bar who kind of knew Mimi and served them drinks. And there we learned something a little bit weird in that, Mimi kept talking about people in the present tense, but everybody else was like, nah, B, they past tense. What you talking about? And that seemed a little bit sus. So they all decided that we should reconvene with Mimi and let her do some splaining. But meanwhile, Mimi at the Luminous Wings headquarters, which was just a pile of dirt now, was running cross by freaking Miss Lulu? No, not Lulu.
You're almost
Hold
there.
on, don't tell me. Don't tell me.
You're almost there. You're on the
Don't
right
tell me.
track.
Not Nunu. Not Lulu.
League of Legends characters. You're going way off course here.
Hold on.
There are only so many letters in the alphabet.
Hold on. Yu. Okay, there we go.
There you go.
Yu. And at that point, something awakened in Mimi, and when it awoke, it chose violence because Mimi started slashing, and it was very, very violent. And Yu was like, "Man, it seems like I am in the need of some healing. I fucked your dad. By the way, here's your dad. By the way, we're leaving now." And Mimi had a bit of an emotional breakdown. And we all reconvened with Mimi, and we were like, so Mimi, you have a little bit of explaining to do. Can you please explain to us why everyone's actually dead and not alive anymore? And she was like, they have to be alive, because if I don't tell myself they're alive, then they're dead, and then their memories, and then they're gone, and it's not true. No, you guys, can you please continue to believe my lies? And we were like, no. And Mimi proceeded to throw a bit of, like, a tantrum, but a reasonable one, because she's being confronted with the lies that she's been telling herself so that she can keep herself sane. To which Trin was like, I will cut you if you keep doing this bullshit. A real friend.
With love.
Real friends threaten their friends when they're neck deep in their own bullshit. I guess it worked, because then everyone had a group hug, and Trin doesn't understand.
Trin has the best
my
faces
stomach,
in these.
my stomach settled itself, huh?
Good.
That'll give me like another 5 minutes.
You don't have to die today.
No, for another 5 minutes. And that's what I think happened last time.
That's pretty accurate.
Some of those are gonna fall if you do.
Yeah, that's why I was like, oh no. I had to stop for a moment. Let's move you down here. Oh, okay, you've got it. Thank you so much.
Also, the bad guys have their souls.
I just
Very-
like saying that she fucked her dad.
They have the souls. Souls. We gotta beat them up because fuck those guys. Our
Yeah.
souls.
That was a really good recap. Here you go, Squeaky. Din, I gave you yours for drawing all this fucking art. It turned into a magic crystal.
Yeah.
I gave you one, and you have exactly one good boy coin.
I can turn off the angry eyes.
Angry eyes disengaged.
Angry eyes are now off.
As just very quickly again, Lindo, thank you so much for the resub. And yeah, you're looking very submissive and breedable too. Thank you so much. It's been fucking 13 months now. What's wrong with you? And then again, just a thank you again, Han. Thank you so much for giving everybody some good boy coins. And Crazy Fox, thank you again for giving those bits to the one boy.
I'll destroy you, Crazy Fox. Don't think I won't.
Just in
Leave
case
my
you're
good boy
curious,
coins
you know,
alone.
just 9 more good boy coins, guys.
Everyone leave them alone. They belong to me. I'll beat you up.
Yeah.
You get me a fucking card, I'm using it immediately. I don't care what it is.
Okay. Yeah. There goes my stomach. I'll be right. I might. Be right back.
Don't die.
So let's
I
get
don't, care, I
Squeaky.
don't care if it's fucking martyr. I'll use it for
I'll
the,
kill
for the
myself if I have
stupidest
to.
of things.
Are you sure? Is
Oh
that what
no,
you're
a
gonna do?
hangnail dies.
I'll fucking do it. Don't think I won't.
I
How
mean,
dare you.
I'm not
If
the
you
one
take
who
a-
would be good on
If you
this
take
threat.
away being a good boy from me, what else do I have?
I just want to you the image. I have a belt and I'm not afraid to hang myself.
That's basically it, yeah.
Man.
I spilled my toothpicks.
Oh no, don't step on them.
I spilled them.
Someone give it to her.
I spilled the toothpicks.
Did you?
Yeah.
You better be
I got it.
careful, you might get some splinters.
I gotta pick them up and put them back in the toothpick holder. No.
But you know, also, you filled out the cards. Let's just go look over here real quick. Yeah, we got Belias over here now.
Yeah, I
Good.
wanted to talk to you about it because a lot of the things from the fire eggy doesn't make sense.
Yeah?
Because the fire eggy does slashing damage, and look at those fucking punchies.
Yeah?
Look at him be punchy.
Oh yeah,
He
right, you don't have
punchy
him
them.
summoned right now. He's right over here.
Yeah, he's over here. Like that boy don't do that boy don't do freaking slashy damage. Also, the fire eggy, the regular one, hovers. I don't
Yeah,
think
yeah,
this
all-
guy hovers.
Yeah, no, all that, none of the Titan or Belias have hover.
Mm. And then there was one where
Yes.
it's called like a flamey charge, but it isn't actually a charge. It's more like an explosion. And I was thinking that maybe we could talk about actually having him rush into somebody
Oh yeah.
like a fucking ram would. But yeah, I put all the things on there that were there, and I put like little question marks beside things, and like obviously, he isn't like the regular fire eggy. So like, if you wanted to change like any of the stats and things as well, like it's up whatever you want to fucking do, man.
Yeah, yeah.
You-
It's going to
you
stay
do what?
slashing because his hands are technically claws.
Oh, but he punched though. Look at him punch thing.
Yeah, yeah. By
He'd
all
kill you
rights.
with punch.
He could do both.
Okay, good.
By the way,
What's up?
it's time.
You fucking no!
Don't
Who
look at
did it?
me! Crazy
Who
Fox did
fucking
it!
Crazy Fox. You think I won't? You think I won't fucking use this? I'm using it. It's right here. Whatever this is.
The ambush. Yeah.
Also, I've already had this one. Oh, dang it.
Yeah, if you've had it before, I will allow you to mulligan.
I've already used this one before. I use another one. I want more chaos than that.
I want more chaos
Sacrifice.
than our group hug getting jumps.
Hiya! What's that do?
Fates.
What's that do? It's big scissors.
So, this one's not as easy to just use,
Okay.
but You can change the events of somebody's life, insert yourself into events going on, or ordain something to happen.
Well, it turns out I was a member of Luminous Wing.
God.
Oh, me and you, yeah, we go way back. I went to college with it.
I actually knew all of Luminous Wings were dead. I was just humoring you.
I was humoring you. I'm the one who released the behemoth.
Oh fuck.
You know what? I will take some thought on this, on just how much chaos I can fucking make through that. Because I feel like this requires a lot of thought
Yeah,
to make
can
the maximum amount of chaos.
That alters anything, right? There's no like limit on who or what event you use it on. Is that right?
You said you would use it immediately. I did say I would use it immediately, but like, think of it like this, Crazy Fox. If I just fucking say something random right now, it's not gonna do shit. But if I fucking super think and be like, oh well, maybe fucking maybe I was supposed to be in Dark Knight training and I saw Nihilus when I was a baby or something. Like I can fucking do some weird shit with this.
How old do you think I am?
To the lying bunny. You may, yeah. I get to be a good boy again for lying. You're giving me things for lying to you. I love it.
Just the chat do it again.
You heard Jake say it, man. Like this is harder to just immediately use. I'm gonna use it for maximum chaos, though. Don't you worry.
But
It'll
yeah,
work.
you can use it to change events in your own life. Make sure certain things happen. A good example would be like in Curse of Strahd. If you get the card that says he's going to be at the tower,
Yeah.
he'll always be at the tower when you go there.
Look, what if it turns out Trin was always a boy?
If it infects another player, you need their consent.
Damn it.
Or, for those of you who
Oh,
ever played or watched World of Final Fantasy, you can, intervene.
Intervene.
Insert yourself into an event.
You just fucking Doctor Strange time travel for yourself to a different point. Just fucking.
Yes.
Basically, you insert yourself.
While Nihilus was dying, I'm just over in the corner eating some popcorn, like.
You're watching me get my ass beat by Humbaba.
Just watch him get his ass destroyed. It turns out the hero realized actual child.
You just go back to literally watching me die.
What if I use this? What if I use this to say that Lord Eli, before he left, publicly announced that I was his best friend? I'm kidding.
Oh yeah, sure. If that's what you want it to be.
No, I'm holding on to this shit. This is way too good to use right now. I have to think. I have to fucking think hard. This is gonna be great.
Oh my god. Are you proud of yourself?
I'm very happy to have this. I'm so tempted to use it like immediately.
Also, oh my god.
Tempted.
Thank you, my trusty Witch of Whimsy for organizing the corner so quick.
Yeah, you needed a table next session. Just saying.
Look, I already offered to help him get a table, and he just doesn't want me to help him.
Well, listen, now we have a conversation piece while you help me make a table. We're gonna need to figure out what the fuck you're doing with that card.
Where should I insert myself? Where? Someone said I can't believe it Spears the Emperor now. It's like, yeah, it turns out I was actually like a long lost like son of the Emperor. Oh man, he just sent me to the Republic for some reason.
That's not how that works.
I was a bastard son of him and a holy woman, and she went on a journey into the desert and fucking died. And now I will be the Emperor.
It's actually a primal. Oh god. Man, she is really dying, isn't she?
Man, I can't believe the spear actually was a Blitzball Ace. Hey, that actually seems like a great idea.
I was so certain he was full of it.
Shows up. I actually did score the winning goal, and everybody fucking idolizes me in the Golden Cactar now.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Squeaky.
Eh.
While you were gone, Deco got a fake.
Yeah, did you get something good?
I got the fates. I can change
fine.
fate. I can make it to where you were always a boy.
Yeah.
Did you just throw it?
Yes, you did.
Yeah, no.
I have to have your consent to do that, though. Don't worry, Squeaky. I'm not
No.
gonna do that. It's too funny.
Let's go with that.
Oh, god damn it. But
He'll just be
alright.
Uncle Sphere from Luminous Wings. Fine.
Exactly.
I think,
like- Oh yeah, your family? Yeah, I remember them. Actually, yeah, I was a member. They came to the desert once.
Yeah,
I knew who this guy in the photos were.
I remember whenever they left, they're like, "Hey, you're an honorary member of the Luminous Wings." I'm like, I don't know what that means. Bye, guys.
later.
This brooch looks just like the one I got years ago.
He just pulls out another fucking identical brooch. It's like, fucking what? Oh, this is gonna be great. I cannot wait.
But yeah, now that everybody's here, Squeaky has finished dying. You have a fake.
You
Uh,
you guys could have started without me. God knows how long I would have been in there.
We were too busy freaking ogling over this thing. Don't you worry.
yeah, he has
Good.
infinite cosmic power now, but an itty bitty living space.
Okay.
Yeah, we return to the scene of a massive group hug.
Ah.
Yeah.
Okay, get off!
Oh yeah, right, all right, sure.
Oh, sorry. Yeah. Oops.
Titan, you can let go.
I'm not sorry. Oh, cider.
I can't stop him. You know that. I did look at him. He's already in it.
Please let go.
All right, I'll let you go. If you are able to breathe once more, Titan having released his vice grip.
So, we have a lot to think about now, but we'll figure it all out, right? Like we said.
More or less.
Did they say anything else? Did they mention, like, he holds up the book, anything in here that I could look at more carefully? Any one of the names or anything?
Oh fuck,
Oh.
she did. Oh, I forgot about the name.
Yes, you did. That's why I want to.
Oh no. I did not write down the name. Fuck. What was the name?
Name of what?
I don't know. What was the name?
I didn't note it down. I've been just
Jake,
noting
I
down
want to use my fate card. She actually said. I want to use my fate card. She actually said it was a sphere that owns the soul.
Oh.
No.
It's been a short time coming then.
It was Alira.
Zillion.
Alira. Okay.
So
Zalira, Jake?
Zal, yeah. Ira.
Zalira.
She said the souls belong to Alira now, and that I had to be careful or I would be too.
Well, there's an entire section on every one of these scions, right? So I should be able to read up as much as I can on them and see what all I can pick out. It should last throughout at least one of those chapters. I'll see if there's anything I can pick up about it while we're all getting, well, he looks around. Do you want to stay here the night in this town, Mimi?
I really don't like this town.
Mm.
I thought I would just be coming at the end, so I really hate it. It's just a big reminder. I don't want to be here. I'm sorry.
Well, if we don't have anything to do here, we could just head out, right, Nihilus?
You see Nihilus like looking away, like scratching like his cheek, like.
Hmm?
So about that.
Mm,
So there was a robbery at the guild hall. Um, everything that belonged to Luminous Wings is gone.
what?
Their
So they got
equipment,
ransacked.
and weapons and what else they would have had on them.
How
Someone took them all.
how did that happen?
That was my first question. They don't know. They thought they were just sitting there. Turns out they were illusions, and no one knows how long that's been a thing.
Hmm.
Has something to do with this, right? It like Yu makes portals. Maybe she got in and out with the stuff.
Did
Nihilus just shrugs. No
I
one.
mean
The guild hall was in chaos. People running all over. People screaming, "Find it! Find it!"
when we
They,
saw those shadowy figures after fighting Yu that first time, did it look like they had any items on them?
uh, did they?
I was kind of a little bit too scared. I can't remember anything.
What you remember clearly is them being draped in darkness.
They were.
Kind of hard to decipher.
Yeah.
We can't assume that they're with them then. We have to I mean, it's a possibility then, but it could also be someone completely different.
Maybe.
Oh. I'd say it's safe to assume, but we shouldn't put all our bets on that table.
We should stay and look for clues then.
Oh, that entire building is full of people running back and forth looking for clues too.
Should we go put our nose in other people's business then?
I mean, what stopped us from not doing it before?
What stopped us before is, well, what hasn't stopped us before now is if some of us don't want to stick around here anymore, at
Yeah.
least for a while.
No, it's fine. It's fine. We can stay. She'll smile like.
The people who probably took everything probably didn't stay in this town anyway, so
But
getting as
they,
much as we can learn before heading out would probably be best.
yeah, they could have left clues or something,
Yeah.
right?
I mean, possibly, but it's also a matter of how long has this been like this.
No one knows.
If other people have made their way around here, maybe some stragglers or people trying to pick out whatever was left behind, we'll probably also find clues that end up misleading us to the wrong culprit.
I don't know. The guy I was talking to said they checked. There was always magic emanating from those items. They just figured it was normal until they reached in the case and their hand went right through it.
Doesn't magic usually have to be cast on something, Juliet? Maybe if we can figure out what those things are, we can check it out like I did with the magic from the manor.
In a lot of cases, bro, sometimes it can be just used to make something more permanent.
Hmm. We can see if there's anything left behind like that, anything enchanted. Like whenever he looks over to Trin, whenever we were looking into the dirt in that farm with the goblins, I was able to sense if there was any residual stuff around. Maybe I can do that too.
It wouldn't hurt, I guess.
Let's go!
Yeah.
Yeah!
As you guys make your way through the light rain back up toward the guild hall. I don't think I have him here anymore. I mean, he was just a silhouette, so let's just re-silhouette.
Let's just get another silhouette. On the way back, can I like reach up as Titan's holding onto Mimi and like hold out that
Oh
brooch?
no,
Oh yeah.
my spoon fell
You
into
wanna
the soup.
you wanna hold on to this for a bit? I mean,
It's gone.
it got us a drink, but we didn't really finish it.
Well, I mean, if we're gonna stay here more, you could hold on to that, so you could just keep get and stuff. I mean, I don't mind.
I'll hold on to it until you want it back then. It's a really cool brooch.
Thank you. Papa gave it to me.
So does this mean we'll want to get our own commission when we're ready?
What?
Well, clearly this is just an adventuring group thing, right? So we should be getting our own.
Our own
Would it be
brooch?
like a
What?
sun and a moon, maybe? Since it's twilight?
Oh yeah, that'd work out.
Are we really thinking about merchandising at a time like this?
Why
I'm
not?
thinking we need a symbol for how great we are.
Did we actually decide on an actual group name?
I don't think so.
The Warriors of Twilight.
Twilight, right?
I mean, I'm not opposed to it.
I'm opposing out of spite.
Well, that's fair.
Was that really opposing then?
Yes, but out of spite.
No, it's opposition.
How dare.
I don't think we need to worry about things like badges and stuff like that.
Well, that's the
Well,
whole
we're here.
adventure thing, right?
Well, when
Oh, wait, I've got it. Well, I mean, we'll obviously have to find a craftsman. It'll be a pretty penny and all that. But we've got our earrings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
We'll get them remodeled.
Oh, and I got
guess
these
that
from a
would-
princess.
I guess that's one way to not only have the thing, but have it be practical and not just little gaudy doodad hanging off of us.
Oh, little
Pretty
gaudy doodads that
fancy,
can get us
actually.
drinks.
Why?
I have
They
money-
to be new gaudy doodads that do new things.
I have no problem paying people for my liquor.
Yeah, we're not that famous yet to just get free stuff.
Exactly.
I don't know. I've
Not
slain a
yet.
few dragons.
Well, yeah, but
I've
you
saved a few
also-
kingdoms.
We've saved one.
He's only killed one dragon. Shut up.
See? Plenty of reason for free drinks.
Well, yeah, but you also brought all the stuff for them to make it for you. So I think that was your freebie there.
While you're here, you can all hold on to that pen, that brooch, and just use it for whatever you may need.
Yeah,
I don't
just-
really need it here.
Just ask for it back whenever you want.
Maybe
I'll keep it
when
nice
we
and safe.
leave the town.
I'll keep it nice and safe. Trips, it falls off, it goes into a storm drain.
No!
Good job. You lost
You
it.
did.
Fine, I
you
have
did.
tiny hands. I can reach in it.
What should our symbol be? If we're like an adventuring group.
I like to think something brilliant, dazzling, like a star.
If we go with the Twilight thing, stars are pretty good. It's like
Okay, then.
at the midpoint.
If this is what we're going to talk about, I'm going to move forward.
Oh, I assumed you guys were walking and talking.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, that's what I assume.
Just moves a little bit more ahead of everybody, just like, I don't want to talk about this.
You start leading the herd.
Mhm.
Niall is just walking along. After a bit, a few steps, like, Titan's just like, hey, knock it off. And you see Boko pecking at him.
It's all right, Boko. It's fine. Titan's a friend, remember? Be safe. Pet, pet, pet.
Boko explicitly seems to be going for Mimi.
Yeah, I figured.
Quack.
It's
Quack.
fucking bird.
Quack, quack, quack.
Oh, God. But after a little bit of walking, you guys reach the guild hall again. It's still pretty noisy in there, but it isn't as loud as when you were there, Nihilus.
Well, things have calmed down, as it's still utter fucking disorder.
As you step inside, again, the ground floor, people seem to be in groups discussing some things. As you guys
Alright,
step inside.
the
We're
guy I
here to
talked
save
is-
the guild.
Everybody stops and looks at you guys stepping in.
We're going to help the guild.
Mimi has been like really not like her face was like mostly disgust while looking at that place. Like she does not like this is just a fucking huge reminder. She does not like this place. And as
As she has
soon as
that,
they all look, she just puts on that fucking smile. Hi guys, I'm here. Hi.
Trin just has that face that like every character in Soul Eater seems to put on when they say Excalibur.
Oh, god damn it. As you put on that smile, you step forward. Everybody takes a minute to process, like, is that I think so? I mean, I've only heard about them. And they all go, hey!
She'll walk up, expecting hugs. Hi. So these are my friends. This is my party right now.
As
That's us. We're there. We're them.
Hide
the-
behind bird.
We're the Warriors of Twilight. I think, right? That's the name.
work in
We're still
progress.
workshop-
Mimi said it in front of people. It's official.
No, we're workshopping it still.
We're here to help.
God damn it. God damn it, sweet.
What?
Nothing.
Are you okay?
I didn't do anything.
You didn't do no,
Okay.
you didn't just fucking slide shuffle behind Poco to change or anything. That's funny to me.
As after a bit of crowding around, people are giving you various pats on the shoulders and head. Mimi, you get quite a few hugs.
Yeah,
Bill.
she will give all the hugs back.
Alright, break it up, come on. Got a town to search, everybody, you've got your groups. There's a bit of like a dejected sigh as they all start splitting off. Sorry about that, welcome back, sir.
Tell me about what's going on. We here to help.
Ugh. You could really say we found that much, but we searched the guild high and low, and just around outside it. Nothing. Not really anything to find.
Is it okay if we maybe look around a little?
Of course.
You wouldn't mind
This-
showing us these illusions that you found, right? Are they still there?
Sadly, no. Once we realized they were there, they went to touch them and understood they disappeared.
Well, maybe just where they were.
Of course. As he'll motion for you guys to like come in past the main lobby. Sure, you don't remember me. I was the one who gave your family their jobs.
I knew you. I'm so sorry. I was so tiny back then. It has been like 12 years.
Been too long.
Yeah, I'm so glad to see you're okay. I'll give them a hug.
They pat you on the head.
Hmm.
As they bring you into a large room, you see a bunch of like glass cases currently opened that were there to like display weapons, armor, as you see like it's just naked mannequins.
Shield your eyes, guys. They're indecent.
I mean, they look in decent condition to me.
Don't worry about him. He does that sometimes.
That was Kato that said that, I think, right?
Yeah.
I know. Ugh. Well, I'm sure this place would have been resplendent. But let's see what we can find.
Just maybe these are actually your party.
We've been on the road for a while now. We've done a lot together. This is a dragon slayer, and you guys saved the castle, right? Like they have so much stuff. I met them and they were like already so cool. Guys, I haven't you told anything about yourselves yet?
Uh,
Well, shortly after Mimi joined, we saved the capital.
Oh,
Did?
well, we saved
Saved the
Odin's
capital
shrine.
city.
We
Piece of
s- well,
cake.
we saved the shrine of Odin from the forces of evil that threatened to corrupt it.
huh.
Uh, we've settled the dispute in the kingdom of Finn. We helped save its king. What else have we done?
Killed a rogue mage. Slayed a
Yes, we
dragon.
killed a rogue.
Well, I guess only I did
Down.
that here.
Save the
yeah, you-
cursed town?
Closed
Hmm.
countless demonic portals from to the realm beyond.
Yeah. Uh, been officiated as Warriors of Light back in Ur by the Warrior of Light themselves. That was
Oh.
pretty fun.
I wasn't there for that.
No, that was before we met you. Well, most of us met you.
Well, it's really nice to hear that you've been on adventures already.
Yeah.
Again, take a look around as much as you like. I'll be back. As he'll go off himself.
Waves
Going
goodbye
up,
with a
going up toward the
smile.
mannequins.
As soon as she's gone, he's like, Ugh,
You
Exhales.
okay? You all right, Mimi?
I'm good. Ugh.
Pat, pat, pat.
What, you don't like him?
He...
Looking over the mannequin.
No. I kind of blame him a little bit. I'm sorry.
I guess that makes sense. He said he was the one that gave people jobs, right?
Yeah, he
Mm.
did. If it wasn't for him, they wouldn't have been here when it happened, and maybe they were still here. And I know I should blame him, but I do. I just want to punch him really bad. Anyway, let's
Well, why not then?
let's do the stuff. No, let's go. Let's do the thing. I'll look over here, and she'll just walk like to an area, just like that.
I'll check this out as you just stare at a wall.
Check
Yes.
that out. This is a
Jake.
nice window.
Looking at these mannequins, is my dragon eyes picking anything up with dragon eyes-ness?
As you look them over, there's a little bit of like glitter on them. They're a little bit sparkly.
Oh, something's here. Some kind of sparkles? Nihilus!
Huh?
There's sparkles.
Okay.
I
What-
look, even though I do magic, I haven't seen a lot of magic. I don't know what the sparkles mean. Juliet.
Yeah, I'm wondering why you're calling to me about sparkles. I'm not very well versed in this kind of thing.
I mean, you know about like stuff here, and you can use like some kind of magic-y stuff, right? Like,
You've had an imperial education.
Yeah.
Right?
Can I see the sparkles?
Yeah. Well, I mean, like,
That's
now
right.
that they've been pointed out to you.
I'm just like pointing out the sparkles. Everybody, it's like, hey guys, there's like these freaking weird sparkles here.
What?
I mean, I could look and see if they're magic, but it would only tell me what kind of magic it is, not really what it's there for.
Mhm.
Juliet, do you have any idea?
Mimi, give me a roll too.
Here
Since
we
you've had them
go.
pointed out to you.
20, right? 13.
It's pretty good.
Check here. So just 13.
Hmm.
But yeah, you know what they are.
Oh?
There's nothing particularly special about the sparkles themselves, but as you and Juliet get a closer look at them, you're just like, yeah, this is just some like ground up aether crystals. Pretty basic thing in doing a ritual since you were in the palace and rituals were pretty common there.
I'll look at Juliet to like confirm that they've seen the same thing.
They just look like ground up magic.
I lick my finger that has touched the sparkles.
It's a little
Hey.
rough and coarse. It's like putting sand in your mouth.
That's not that bad. I'm used to that.
How would you do that?
Hmm? Well, this is obviously the stuff that was used to cast whatever that magic is, right?
Yeah, looks like it.
But if you guys knew what it was immediately, shouldn't people hear of? I mean, it seems if it's that simple, should it have not worked?
Maybe the
Um,
illusion was hiding it.
Hmm.
Well, I mean, if you think about it, it's just an illusion, and this we're guessing. What about this?
Well, apparently the illusion was hiding that the stuff was gone, right? But they said that they felt that whatever magic was on it was just the magic that was always radiating from those things. But that means that they had to have somebody like me that could like feel magic, right?
Well, I'm sure. I mean, like, there's a lot of wizards and witches around here, right?
If this is just for some simple ritual, then you'd think that someone with more knowledge than me would have noticed way before now. Especially if it goes away just from knowing it exists. It doesn't seem like it was very strong magic.
Maybe someone knew and didn't say anything.
That's what I'm thinking. Whoever can sense magic here, who like was basically their wizard around here, we probably want to talk to them and see what they think. Unless there's anything else about these things that I'm missing, I go over with my demonic dragon eyes again. Probably not though.
No, you're just able to point out. It's very hard to see. It's like spread around like dust. It wouldn't really like stand out.
He's just sitting there like, this is so obvious, and everybody's like, no, it's not.
No, what the fuck are you talking about?
It's the most obvious shit in the world. Look at it; it's right there.
Well, the only thing I can guess is if they didn't know, they would never think something was wrong.
Hmm.
Still, I guess somebody went to touch it.
Maybe. I guess we can ask. Um. Well, how many people do you think? Mimi, do you know how many people stay in this place? Like full time?
Do I? I don't think so.
I don't think so. This place was built in honor of what happened.
Yeah, I don't
Okay.
think she's.
I was just wondering
Uh,
if anybody lived here, or if there was any night security or anything.
I
I
think
guess
Malice
we
was.
could ask. We could ask, but I really don't know. I've avoided this place since it started.
Mm.
I was told this place has people coming in and out on like clockwork.
Then, if it's
That's why
like
they can't.
clockwork, then hmm, nobody came and just took it all in the night. Then,
He shrugs. Who knows when it happened
hmm.
or how? This place is so. It's just never. The doors are always open, basically. So
Well, maybe he can figure it out. Later, Titan.
Huh?
I'm gonna
What?
I'm gonna unsummon Titan and summon Bolus.
Oh no!
you really should give him more warning.
Waves goodbye.
You called, boss?
Bolus, just who I wanted to see.
Yeah. What'd you need, boss?
Yeah. Do you feel? By the way, how are you feeling after? I mean, I got kind of chewed out by your boss.
I mean, like, you're my boss, so, I feel like, what happened? I feel fine.
Okay, you're fine. All right, good. Don't worry about it then.
Yeah, better than fine. I'm alive.
Do you have any
Ow.
way of knowing any sort of magic or knowing anybody who could cast a magic that could like figure out when something was cast? Like he looks over toward like the dust that's like on there. Like knowing how long this has been here, for example?
Let me take a look at that as he like scurries around. He scurries around you at first, and he's like, wait, I'm really short. Hold on. As he climbs up on you,
Yeah, there you go.
he's pretty heavy on you. It's
Well, there you go. Hey, yeah, just take your time.
like a fat baby.
Eh.
All right. Let me get a good look at this. Let me get as he leans in, bulges out his eyes, getting a close look. Yeah, that's magic dust, all right.
I know it's magic dust. How the question I asked though?
I don't know, buddy.
I throw him on the ground.
Ah! What'd I do to deserve that? You called me. I tried to help. I told you what I knew.
I asked you exactly. I didn't ask you what it was. I asked you if you figured out where it came from.
I mean, magic dust can come from basically anywhere, dude.
Well, when it came from. Do you have any idea? You know how long it's been here? That's the question I asked, and you climbed on my shoulders.
Yeah, I was trying to get a better look at it.
Ah.
For when? I mean, it could have been here for years or maybe a day.
I don't like you.
Listen, man, I'm just helping.
In all fairness, Bolus actually has a point here.
Hmm?
I guess. I mean, if he can't determine when it was placed, then he shrugs. What is there else to do? Finding out when it was taken, really, I'm not sure will help narrow things down.
Is there a way maybe to link the the dust to the user or something? Like maybe reverse the thing to try and track who did it? Is that
Some
a thing we can do?
divination. That's beyond my ability.
Yeah, that's not my skill set. Not mine.
Well, we're in a guild. Someone must know, right? We can ask.
I guess it all comes around to asking that magic person again. The one that could feel this stuff whenever everybody else could too.
What about you, Trin? Did you pick up, do you have any divination spells you were hiding from us all this time?
Looks to the left. Looks to the right. No.
You can't
The
blame us
shifty
for having
eyes
asked.
doesn't really. The shifting eyes doesn't help my confidence in that answer.
I don't.
Hmm.
I mean, I'm descended from divinity, but that doesn't mean that I am divine.
No, divine as in seeing.
I get what. No.
Okay.
That's unfortunate.
Let's see if we can find that guy and see if he can lead us to whoever does magic around here.
Yeah.
As you guys go to turn to look for him, he's back in the doorway, hi.
Hey. So we found a thing.
What did he do when we walked up, Jake?
He just cleared his throat because he was he
Oh.
was back down.
Oh, okay.
So managed to figure anything out, and he stops.
We found some
He looks at
dust.
Bolus. He looks back to everyone else, just eyes glazed over.
I will hug and be like, "This is a friend of ours.
Oh, I'm sure.
He's with us."
Hi, I'm Bolus. Nice to meet you. Please go away. Why is everyone
you-
so rude to me?
Yeah, your mannequins are covered in magic dust.
Huh? Oh, yes, we were able to notice that a little bit after.
Hmm.
We didn't really.
You said that it was given off magic, and the magic you felt just sort of made you think it was the same magic it usually gives off.
Yeah, we didn't really pay it any thoughts till.
Not everybody can feel magic, though, right?
No, not really. Though around here there are quite a few people.
Do you have anyone in particular who does stuff like that? Like any guild wizard or something?
Not really. Though there are again a few magic users around here, be they black mage, white mage, or otherwise.
If there's no
Anyone that is there anyone that specializes in divination?
Let me think. As he pauses for a little bit, he strokes his chin. I think Edge of Town, there's an elderly woman. She used to be a white mage in her heyday.
I'd be worth looking into that one.
Mind if we take some of that magic dust with us then?
Please go ahead. And also, before you go, Mimi, I've received instructions a few months back if you ever came around with a party.
Hey, what is it?
It was a letter from your mother.
Huh? Smile still there, just staring up. Mm-hmm.
He gets down on his knee and like motions for your hand.
She'll put the hand out.
Ah, wrong pipe, fuck.
Oh no!
Oh god,
You can
why does
kill
that
him,
keep
Mimi.
happening?
Step black magic.
As he puts his hand over yours for a moment, you feel a small weight in your hand as he pulls it away. There's a nice shiny crystal with a luminous wing symbol in it.
She'll take a deep sigh as she looks down at it. Thank you.
The
She'll,
instructions
cross a hand.
the instructions were if you came around with a party to make sure it found its way into your hands.
Thank you. Who is this from?
Hold on. Make sure I say the right name.
You got this.
I got this. I have a note page thanks to you.
Yay.
It was from Sashka? Did I say it right?
Asashka.
Sashka.
Asashka, yep. She'll just look at it and look back at the team and be like, "This is from Mum."
What is it?
I don't know. Was delivered here by a messenger with instructions and it.
And it's useless to us. Throws it away. I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Do I recognize it from somewhere?
You wanna give me an intelligence check? Does
Yep.
anybody else wanna look at it?
Tiny crystal.
Stare.
Sphere, I'm sorry, you're not going to know.
Stare.
Yeah, sure.
Oh,
I'll
no,
take
That
it.
five.
sure does look
Oh.
like some kind of magic or some bullshit.
Mimi, what it is does not come to your mind.
I nat 20.
Oh!
Well, there you go.
Oh!
Use those 2 coins.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Nihilus, you know what this is. It's a rather rare magical item.
Oh? What is it?
They're not terribly used around the Empire. It's the only arguably sanctioned form of necromancy. It's a soul crystal.
Oh! I was just like, step.
Does it explode? It probably explodes, doesn't it, Nihilus?
He's like, he kneels down, looks at it.
She'll hand it so you can see it.
It's a soul crystal.
What? What does that do?
Oh, technically it's a form of necromancy, but it's honestly it's the first time I've ever seen one. I think I've only heard or read about them. Very powerful.
From what you know about them, they preserve the person's memories, feelings. Some claim it's literally their soul trapped in it.
Well,
But-
it has.
Somebody can attune to it and slowly start drawing out the experiences of it. And basically allows them to quickly learn things, enhance their capabilities.
Well, a soul crystal is it's an odd magic thing you kind of attune yourself to. It has people's memories and feelings inside, and when you attune to it over time, I don't know how long it takes, you start drawing power from it. You need to learn things, get stronger for it. They're very rare, hard to find them.
And Mum gave this to you, right?
No, a messenger did.
Looks down to the crystal.
Yeah. Those things are really rare, like crazy rare. Because, like somebody usually needs to die to make them happen, or, like give up a part of their essence.
Some people think
Wow.
some
Great.
people think their entire soul's in it, but I don't know if that's true. I doubt that.
That sounds so interesting, you guys.
It is their
Thank
it is
you.
its feelings and memories. So you get to learn what they learned. Whoever the soul crystal belonged to.
Uh,
Whoa.
thank. I'll put it away, like put it in a pocket or something. Thank you. Uh, we should keep going, right? We should go.
Just in the instructions, so you know, I was only instructed to give it to you if you had a party, because it was believed it, well, might not help you specifically the most. But it's
Hmm?
yours now. You have a party. That was the only actual requirement. From
Yep.
there, it's yours to do with what you will. Hey, you could give it to me. Give it to me.
Get out of here, Bolus.
Should I put
Ah.
like her hand on his face, like just push him back? I'm assuming they're the same height.
Yeah, just about.
Yeah, just imagine like two little siblings just fighting over a crystal.
Push.
Just,
Just push.
If you need
Yep.
anything else, well, I won't be going anywhere.
Just start
Hey,
scooping the magic dust into the bandana.
What?
Well, let's take some of this to the old lady.
Let's think about bringing her here, but okay.
Well,
No.
I mean, there isn't really anything we need to do here, right? Obviously, everybody's already left, and I couldn't see anything there. If I would have just did any detecting of magic, it'd probably just be, oh, this is illusion. Isn't that weird? Oh man, I bet you didn't think of that.
Well, nothing else. You, at least Mimi managed to get something extremely valuable, it seems. Personal, I guess. Well, there's a silver lining in here, right?
Might not be the exact time for it though.
Yeah. It's a positive note. Anyway. Well, at any rate, I suppose we could go talk to that old lady.
And
And
before you give up, what?
I just-
What's up?
I'm back up on you again.
Well, before you give an old lady a heart attack, I'm gonna desummon him.
No!
I often wonder how it feels to be a summon. Just to have
Apparently
that
they
just
go to
happen.
apparently they go to some place in my brain or something. I don't know.
I
Boss,
don't feel. I
boss,
don't
let me
even
back
wonder
out.
anymore.
It's so cold in here.
Yeah, he says he's having fun.
Ooh, I suppose we should get going.
As you guys start heading out, and walking along. Hey, Mimi!
yay, me!
Mimi.
Mimi, look at that. Look at what you got.
I got a message from Mom. Yes!
And a shiny rock.
Yay! So pretty.
And a crystal of immense power.
So did it come with a letter as well, you said?
It came with instructions, not a letter.
Ah, gotcha.
Should be looking at it and just be like, my mom left like a year ago, and I have had no news of what happened to her. And I got a message from her now. This she might tell me where she is.
Who knows what lies within that crystal? All I can say for certain is that if you attune to it, it will give you more. It will benefit you, I suppose. Though I wonder why you said it wouldn't benefit you specifically. 'Cause why would that be?
I kind of thought mom left because of me, so maybe that's why.
Ah.
Oh, can I see that crystal again?
Sure. Hands it.
I look at it. What is there any like what's etched on this crystal?
Again, the symbol of a luminous wing.
No, he just like turns it over in his hands, holds it up to the light. From what I read, most crystals have a symbol on them, dictating something about it. Luminous wings, I guess, makes sense. He hands it back.
Oh yeah, if
Oh,
it's a message of mom, she'll take it.
what was your mother's profession?
Well, most of the people in the party were like healers and mages, so she was the muscle. She was the one in the front row, just hitting everything. It was great, and she was the only one to come back home.
He looks down. He looks at the crystal and then looks to Mimi and goes, "I
And
see."
yeah, that's when I started learning my magic. I learned magic like that. I learned how to use the dagger like Dora told me. I learned how to make the wine like Akane teach me to. So I was trying to do everything so it felt like they were still around, and maybe that just made her sadder, and after some time, like a year ago, she just left. I don't think she liked what I did. So maybe I just reminded her of what wasn't around.
Mm.
Don't beat yourself up about that. You don't beat yourself up things that you don't know. I'm sure your mother loved you very much. I'm certain
Yeah.
she doesn't blame. I'm certain she doesn't blame you for anything.
Well, maybe I can find out with this, I guess, right? This
Uh,
might have the answers. Maybe she was looking like maybe this is a necromancy thing, right? Maybe she was looking for a way to bring them back. I don't know. I maybe
uh, necromancy.
something, right?
I
It
guess
could
we'll
have
never
Well,
been
know unless
that.
we get whatever message it comes out of it, right?
well, the thing about these crystals is it takes a lot of time, and I don't think you get to choose what comes out of it. It just kind of happens. It's like it bleeds into you. So who knows? If your mother was the frontline muscle, I suppose that what would be the most service level memories might be how to swing a weapon harder before we get something as deep as one's true feelings about something.
We can maybe ask that divination lady that we're gonna go talk to and see if they know anything about this kind of stuff. Maybe they can divine its true meaning or something, or divine who would be best to have it, or I don't really know how the magic works. I'm gonna be honest.
Yeah, I don't really know either, but from what little I've heard about them, I guess people would use them like master to apprentice kind of stuff, pass on their talents.
Hmm. So if that has them in it, then it would be something like beating up people.
Combat, most certainly. I suppose
I'm
it would
gonna
depend on the
learn how to
crystal.
punch.
What's that?
I'm gonna learn how to punch like mom.
Maybe.
Potentially. Yeah. I'm sure
I'm
most.
not
I'm
that
sure,
strong though. I don't think I could do much.
I mean, they did say it might not be best for you. Maybe that's why.
Huh. Looks
is
around.
it-
Who? I mean, if it's a message from mom, I guess it would should be given to the one that would use her skills better. Looks at you. Looks at Boko.
Boko blinks out of sync for a moment.
I don't think Boko can attune to things.
Boko can
As
turn
you
into a monk.
do consider it for a moment, Mimi, with what you know of your mother being the power beef house that she is, the two you think would be most applicable would probably be Nihilus and Trend.
Mm-mm. Huh. Yeah, I guess uh Trin, Nihilus, these I think you could learn something out of this. But I you can decide for me, I guess. I don't know. You needed to tell me what's going on in this though. And if it has a message of mom, because it said memories and stuff. Like you guys have to tell me what it says. But if it's gonna teach someone how to fight, I guess one of you should have it.
Well, Trin,
Wh-
I'm not
What
sure.
did she used to do again?
Punch.
Yeah, lots of
No.
punching. She was
No.
basically the tank.
Oh, did
Yeah.
she use weapons or just straight, or did she only use her fists?
Mostly fist, but if there was something in the area she could use, she would just bap it with it.
Was she a pugilist? Hmm.
Oh, I
Um,
don't think I
well-
told you. She was a Rogadin.
Hmm.
He.
Sounds like a pugilist or even a monk.
Huh, to learn the skills of a monk.
No thanks.
For
They're a bit too ha-
your clarification, Mimi, while you know she favored that,
hmm
she was
Remember,
martially
this is-
proficient all around.
Yeah, this is the memory of a 10-year-old here.
Yeah.
Like she, like after everything happened, she was not fighting once we got back. So
Well, if Trin isn't interested, I suppose I should. I'd be honored to, really. If you're all right with that, actually, Mimi.
Yeah, and if he doesn't spill the beans, we can tickle him until he tells us.
Why would I hide anything?
I
And
just
why
wanted
would
an
you
excuse
threaten
tickle
to
you.
tickle someone?
It's torture.
They're just
I
looking
don't
at you
mind.
like, what?
I guess that's another reason to stay, huh?
Oh, were
Do
we
you
not
need
enough
more?
of reason?
Yeah.
I almost feel insulted.
She'll
Okay,
lift the thing up for him.
The potato
take it.
offers you the crystal. Do you accept this burden?
They'll take it.
Do you
won't
accept
let
the
go.
burden of mom?
She won't let go. She's still holding it.
He just lifts you up. Are you sure I can take this, Mimi?
Yeah, take it. Won't let go.
You know, he puts you back on Boko. You know, let's worry about this later today.
No,
Perhaps.
no, take here. Here. So try again.
Try again.
Takes a bit
Oh.
while, but she does let go. Like, there. See?
Hmm.
Stares at it.
If your mother had one of these, I'm sure more people in Luminous Wings had one of these. Hell, I'm certain even Lord Eli might have one of these if he were inclined to make one.
He'd probably make the best one. He's really cool. You should meet him. He's great.
Guess I will. I think.
Yeah, I mean, sooner or later we'll find him, right?
Yeah. Well, let's go find that old lady.
As you guys go along toward the edge of town, you just see a quaint little house. You can see through the window inside. There's just an old lady by the fire, just wrapped in a blanket.
Grandma!
Would it kill you to knock first?
Oh, knock, knock, knock. Grandma!
Oh, come in, come in.
I can already
Door's
tell it's-
unlocked. As you guys come in again, it's a tiny little cabin. Little fireplace over here. She's in a chair.
Boko waits outside.
How dare Boko wait outside? This is Grandma. We have to talk to them.
Grandma lives in a 4x4.
Quaint little table over here. Another little chair. And then in this corner, you can see like a little bed.
Aw. Nice little
Impressive.
cabin. And a big screen plasma TV.
That I
Surround
use to
sound.
spy on everyone.
Oh,
This
oh,
is my
Grandma.
divination.
Oh,
This is my divination cauldron. It's the flat screen.
It's just like a big flat crystal. Or it's like made of like thousands of miniature crystal balls.
As she looks back from her rocking chair. What can I do for all of you?
We were hoping you could aid us in something. There's been a robbery, a very significant one, and we were hoping if you could use any of your magics. We've heard you're a great divination wizard, so.
Oh, I see. Well, I used to know a thing or two, honestly. I wasn't that good at it, but people, they have a hard time forgetting. So,
We're mostly just wanting to know if you could find the source of some kind of dust that we found, if possible.
yes, sure, absolutely. Let me see it. As
Holds out dust inside bandana.
you hand it over, she looks at it curiously. You see her reach into her little like knapsack next to her as she pulls out a tiny wand and starts casting a spell.
Paying close attention to spell.
Well, do you have a map on you? I can. It's very easy for me to. Well, I have it in my.
You can just find. What are you, Nihilus?
Niles comes over with a map. Like, yeah, right here.
As she goes over the map and she points out, it seems to be from around here.
Oh, just on the other side of the fucking mountain range, huh?
The Republic.
As she points it out, Sphere, make a knowledge check real quick.
I will make a knowledge check about my favorite place in the world.
I thought you hated that place.
I do. Yeah, fuck that place. I'm putting it all behind me.
So this is a very simple history check for you. She's pointing at a mining town.
Oh, I guess that probably makes sense.
Oh, you want to know where it came from, right?
Yeah.
What?
I mean,
What's
that's
this-
probably a place where the rock itself came from. More, somebody used it to cast some sinister magic, illusions, and I wanted to know if maybe you could let us know anything about the caster or anything about what the magic, well, was.
We knew it was a mass illusion spell at the very least.
Well, yeah,
That
but,
lasted
like,
for an indeterminate amount of time.
it seems like it's way too strong but to be as weak as it was, or way too weak to be as strong as it was. One of those others. Is there anything else you can tell us about the caster, maybe, if you can?
You want me to locate a person? Do you? That would be very different. I'm sorry about that, sweetie.
Oh no, it's fine.
So what can you tell me about them? Do you know anything? Species, talents, name, appearance?
Talents, talent in illusions. Smiles.
Unfortunately, we don't have much else but that.
I see. I'm not sure I can really help with that information.
It could possibly be a Luminous Wing member.
Oh, those darlings! Oh, they were such a good help to the town. What does this have to do with them?
The guild people from Luminous Wings usually they go in this area, and it might have been one of them.
A
One of
bunch
them-
of a bunch of their equipment was stolen. That's
All
what
of
we're
it,
trying to
really.
find. All of their equipment was stolen. The ones that were on display.
Oh, I understand now. You don't need me to find where this came from or the person itself. You're trying to find an object. Okay. Now I can that is very easy to work with.
Oh. I don't know what any of it was.
Oh, that's the easy part, Peach. As her wrinkled old hand gives you a pat on the cheek. I've been there quite a few times, so I know what that stuff looks like.
Oh,
Wonderful.
A breakthrough.
This'll take a little bit more if it's not anywhere near here, so let me... She hefts herself up. Like, excuse
Do you-
me, pardon me.
Do you need any help?
I should be fine. As while you guys observe her, she'll just draw a nice little magical circle. Some squares
Out of
and
blood on the ground.
Oh no.
out of some nice red powder.
She's making a pentasquare.
Oh. It's Juju in disguise. Get her!
As you guys just watch her chant for a little bit. Takes her roughly a half hour to get everything set up. And she'll do fucking terribly.
Aww.
As you watch her go on for a little bit. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm a little out of touch with this. I haven't needed to do anything like this in a long time. If you're willing to wait a little longer.
Is there anything we can do to help?
Well,
We may not look it, but a lot of us are pretty magically inclined ourselves.
if you have spare ether, I could certainly take use of it. She'll offer her hand.
Oh, I guess I could do that. I was, oh, geez, I'm gonna get sucked dry again. Ah, I'm kidding.
Does anybody else want to help?
Mimi's going to help.
As
Yeah.
you take her hand. As you take Mimi's
Oop.
hand. I'm good, thanks. Yeah, I'm good.
Zafir will help, right? Zafir. Oh, he's gone too.
Saphir's dead.
Zafir moved away.
Zafir,
Zafir saw the pentasquare and he's like, nope, and he's out.
Trin, do you want to help out at all?
No, I'm good watching.
Alright. As all of you feel a little bit of your magic leave you, you summon 2 things today. So that'll be your 3rd spell slot for that.
Yup.
Nihilus.
They
You
don't have to
have-
be 2nd level. How
this
dare
one does.
you? Well, the other summonings don't. Anyway.
Get right. As Nihilus, you'll lose like a good 3 of your Well of Darkness points.
Alright.
And Mimi, you'll lose a spell slot. And you'll
Goes
roll.
down to. Look, can I can I give more Well of Darkness points?
No, she's just taking.
Okay.
As the little cabin starts to light up rather brightly from the circle, and just all 3 of you feel a little bit drained as your magic is flowing out of you and into her.
For some reason, I feel sleepy, and this like something like this has happened before. I'm kidding.
You know, now that you do mention it, it does feel like something like this has happened to you before.
That's really weird. What could that have possibly been?
I don't know. That's between you and your dreams. But she eventually stops again, releasing your hands, looking rather quizzically. I still can't find him.
Does
Ah.
the spell not work? Or
No, it should have worked if they were anywhere, just about. Unless they were other side of the planet. I don't know where they are.
I still have more
Well-
juice if you want to keep trying.
Unless there's something very powerful hiding them. Perhaps just some kind of ward.
They could be warded. That's entirely possible. Though, why would you ward the objects specifically? I mean, I know that equipment, it's very nice. It's something you'd want to use, though, not just leave sitting.
Perhaps they don't want anyone finding their stolen goods.
this has to do with them, right? It can't just be. It must be Yu.
If it is that, then well, they'd have to be some rather powerful mages or some other.
What about a Lalafell?
What about a
Small with
Lalafell?
small with a deep blue robe. Looks over to Mimi. Name Yu. Had this book before. Takes the book that Mimi had threw before.
Oh, that darling?
Hmm,
Oh,
you know her?
She was in town a few weeks ago, paying respects to the Luminous Wings members.
What's she now? Hmm.
Could you help us find her?
I do believe I could. Thankfully, this circle can be used for both.
Wonderful.
Would you care to make another donation?
Here you go.
Yep.
Take as much as you need.
Make a
We
spell
can't find the
slot.
stuff. Let's find the number one fucking fucking maybe culprit, maybe potentially.
Wow.
Old lady, I'm starting to think you were right about not really knowing anything about. I'm kidding.
I I can't find them either.
What a coinkydink.
Well, we know where the crystals came from at the very least. We could maybe ask around there if they've seen Yu, or if they've seen anyone.
Oh, if you're sweetie, I would say not to waste your time on something like that. Crystals come from all over. I could tell you these as like she ruins the circle very slightly on the ground by just brushing it and then sitting back down. These came all the way from Finn.
Finn's pretty cool. We say Finn.
Oh, how darling of you.
Uh,
But if they were anywhere in Mizdia, I would have found them.
Rats.
Even if they were in most of the Republic, I would have found them. Surprised they could travel so far so fast.
Well, thank you for everything. We appreciate your help.
Oh, don't mention it, though. She motions to the floor. Could you help an old woman with a mess?
Of course.
Jake, can I try my best to, as things start like clearing up down there, to like remember with a circle?
To remember the circle you saw back at Odin Shrine?
No, this circle in particular.
Oh.
Because
You want...
he was paying close attention to the spell, and he was like watching whenever she did it. Is there any way that I could like pay close attention to how this circle was made?
You could take note of the circle. Though, just being able to recall her words would be rather hard.
Can I roll for it?
If you'd like her to teach you, you could just ask.
Well, I don't want her to teach me, Jake, because she's apparently really bad at it. Like,
No, you don't have a photographic memory just from casually observing.
how dare you say casually? I've been saying I've been paying attention. You're mean.
Intently observing.
Thank you.
Mimi, are you okay over there?
I'm looking for some stuff. 20. Yeah, I found some stuff to make some tea.
As you go rummaging through.
I've been scavenging for some stuff to making a tea.
You managed to collect all the things for some tea. You gonna go over to the little fireplace and warm a tea while they clean up?
Yep. Just gonna give her a little tea while so she can sit down and have the tea while we to thank her. So yeah.
Oh, thank you, little sweetheart. Bless you.
Watch as Nihilus sweep things up.
The
Whenever
least
he
we can
gets a
do.
full dustpan, I just prestidigitation it away.
And just sigh.
As you clean up the little ritual circle.
Uh,
I hope that helped out at least a small amount.
Well, we know whatever we're looking for is hard to find.
If there's anything else, I'll be here. I don't go much of anywhere anymore.
Thanks for helping out as much as you could.
Of course. As you serve her some tea, and then are you
Yep.
guys gonna head out?
I'd say so.
As you guys make your way out, the rain is starting to lighten up. Guys have been going around for a few hours now. The place is thoroughly muddied. As Sphere stop tripping all over the girls.
I can't. They're so pretty.
well, I think it might be safe to assume that wherever Yu is, we might find their equipment with them.
Hmm.
Which I can't help but feel needs to be said that if we fight the remnants of luminous wings, they will be very powerful.
Yeah, especially if they
equipment's
do have that
storied.
gear.
You know, there could be one reason she couldn't find it though, besides it's really far away or hidden.
Hmm.
We saw her go into, portals when we saw her at the shrine, right?
Yeah.
They might not be on the world anywhere in the world anymore.
Oh, gods.
We could almost take that as a confirmation at that point that she's the one that has them.
We should let everyone know to be on the lookout for her, though, in case she comes back.
We don't want to stop them from looking themselves, though, just in case it was someone else that did it. But bringing up that we may know might be good. Not sure what she'd do when she come back, though. If she already has everything.
Yeah, I couldn't imagine her coming back here besides to torch the town or something else awful.
Hmm.
So, is there anywhere in particular you guys want to go next? It's been getting decently late in the day.
We could probably start to make our way out. I mean, you don't want to stay here, right, Mimi?
Yes, I mean, you guys must be tired after that. Do you want to maybe go eat some free food?
Well, if it's free,
It's definitely free.
not the ones say no.
100% free.
Yep.
As you guys will head over to the tavern.
If that's where everybody wants to go.
You guys head over to the tavern. You sit down. As Mimi surmised, it is in fact a free meal.
Mm-hmm.
Around, you notice a few faces that you saw while you guys were briefly at the guild. They seem exhausted, collecting drinks, hot meals to warm themselves up from being in the rain all day.
Mimi will have a great smile. Everyone will see how fake it is, but no one else will notice. It's like,
I think we're all keenly aware that it's a fake smile a lot.
yep.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go see if I can't get headway on that chapter of the book.
Good idea.
Yeah,
I'll let
we need to figure that out.
I wish that I could make it to where you guys could read it too. But I'll let you know if I find anything out, okay?
Is there a
Yeah.
way I can help or something? Can I do something to help? I
Let
don't know.
me see if there's any components to this spell.
Component one Lalafell white mage.
I don't
Uh,
believe there are.
it's just salt, which means
Yeah,
it's
it's just salt
whatever
and salt.
whatever
Mhm.
my thing would be, which is my heckin' staff thingy. So because I have a staff, something like that that doesn't say it consumes it means that my casting thing just does it.
Yeah, you have a focus.
Yeah. Uh, Not really. If you want to come with me, you can, but I'll mostly just be trying to read it as quick as I can. It only lasts up to an hour, so I'll probably have to cast it a couple of times.
Okay, I won't want to, you know, waste time. So just do that, and I'll wait here.
If I see anything, you'll be the first one to know. Okay?
Thank you.
Did you? Did you?
Yeah.
Did
You'll,
you?
you'll head up to go start reading as if you guys
Someone
ask for
pay
rooms.
for me a room. He
As
just
you guys
leaves, like,
ask for
Oh, the
rooms, you're just
brooch!
basically handed keys.
Show the brooch, and you're good.
I just walk up to the guy like, "Hey, I was told to show this for a room."
You guys
Of
get to name
course.
drop today.
Thanks, man.
Oh, god damn it. As you go to read, the rest of you, is there anything in particular you want to do? Obviously, eat a meal.
Yeah, she'll try and eat. She won't be very. She won't eat a lot, but she will try.
Nihilish Train, anything you guys want to do?
Not really hungry. I think I might retire a little early. I'm just exhausted.
Well,
Don't have too much fun without me.
try.
As you start stepping away, you just hear from the table, "Oh god, Trin, all the fun we're having!"
Goes upstairs. Now, just to make sure, because I had to go pay my soul tax to the toilet. What happened?
Okay,
You went to
so
talk to the old lady, did the divination. She could not find anything.
Okay, and we're still trying to find out what happened with all these weapons, right?
We
we
basically got to a point where we're like, we probably won't find anything out. We're gonna eat here tonight, leave in the morning, and I'm gonna read up on that book.
Okay. Uh, with I had a feeling that something along those lines happened. Trin is saying that they're going to go retire, but they're fucking lying. They're going to jump out of a window and sneak out and see if they can find clues on their own.
Alright.
I want to tune to the soul crystal.
And you're gonna spend a half hour tuning to the soul crystal. And these two
Yeah.
will eat. with me.
I'll just holds up the crystal. I think I might retire a little bit, but I'll be back. Maybe.
Yes. Tonight, all of you guys have your own rooms. As Trin, you're gonna go out on the town. You have a nice warm meal. As Nihilus, you go to attune to the crystal.
Uh-huh.
This is a magic item for you. It's one of your 3. With
Yay.
your definitely not cursed sword.
That bitch curses fuck.
As you start feeling its knowledge flow into you, you see the briefest flashes of a woman. Rather deft at numerous sorts of fighting. You see just brief flashes. You see her wielding a great hammer. You see her with a dagger. You see her just beating the crap out of people with her bare hands. A bar stool. But
That's not love.
above all, she seems to have a very strong informal sense of martial prowess.
Yeah.
As while you're attuned to this, you get second wind.
Holy shit.
E-
I just get second win for free.
Yeah. Once a day, between short or long rest, you can get a D10 plus your level back while you're attuned to this.
Oh, fuck.
And you do feel like you're just scratching the surface of this. You feel as long as you have it on you, use it, etc., it'll deepen your connection to it.
Well, no. That's fucking cool.
As a sphere, you go to read your book.
Yeah.
You're gonna get roughly 60 pages an hour.
He will be very much just focusing on the deity whose name we've been saying that I forgot.
Same.
The Zalira one.
Yeah.
Which book did you take? Did you take the general one or
I have
the
both.
you do have your book, but did you take Mimi's other book?
Yeah,
Yeah.
I have the books because Mimi threw them at UU and I picked them up.
Yeah, perfect. So, which one are you going to focus on first?
I would like to look up the specifics of this scion. So the one that had like the chapters specifically on them.
Okay. So, as you read through this, give me just a quick investigation check.
Ba-ba-ba-ba. A quick investigation check. Jake, I'll have you find that actually I wrote this book. I'm kidding.
Ah, you're adorable.
Da-da-da-da.
Yeah, I wrote this book. Weird, all of the pages became blank.
Weird. All the pages are complete bullshit. Da-da-da-da. Alrighty. And hiya.
As
Hey,
you read through it,
that's a fucking 25.
as you read through it, a key thing you're able to infer is that these are very strongly favorable interpretations of well, just about anything.
Hmm.
As it goes through Zalira, they're titled the Death Seraph, as they are the judge of the souls of the dead. They are the one that decides where a soul goes after they have perished. As it goes on, it mostly starts going into faith in them, followers, practices,
Mm-hmm.
as it's quite normal for Zalira to have blood sacrifices. In particular, when weighing souls, Zalira would occasionally decide if one was worthy of being their champion.
Oh.
And they would have the privilege of serving Zalira being an agent of death.
Does it describe anything about these agents of death at all?
In particular, it describes that once they are chosen, there is no alternative. The virtuousness or vileness of a person does not seem to have any way in Zalira choosing them, merely their prowess. How strong they are.
Mm.
And most of the time, they were sent to hunt down necromancers that didn't practice the faith. Zalira does seem to be perfectly fine with necromancy on its own, but has a strong distaste for it when being used without their explicit consent.
Ah. Not my house.
Along with this, so long as they are chosen by Zalira to be their champion, Zalira can also draw on their strength and do things like give them flesh anew and send them back out into the world. Basically, from what you know of just your general fates, people's souls would go to the life stream, be returned to the land. Explicit cases would allow people to be preserved beyond that. But most of the time, your soul basically melts away to give new life. And Zalira seems to have complete power over that.
Mm. Just like as he's like reading through this, just like, yeah, that sounds like a great idea. Sounds super great. Although to be fair, I mean, what's the alternative? Keeps reading.
beyond that, there isn't really that much other than their relation to other deities.
Are there any deets between her and Belial?
He.
Between them and Belial? Between he and Belial? Between those and Belial?
Between Zalira and Belias, there doesn't seem to be
Belias.
much of a relation. Looking on though,
It's weird because like he's like Satan. You think he'd be pissed if it's like you're keeping fucking souls away from me, you bitch.
when it comes to the afterlives, Ultima would usher people unto paradise heavens. Zeramis would drag people down to the hells,
Ah,
and Adramelech was the one who actually kept hell.
ah.
They also had a relationship with one called Extus, though they were the judge of all compared to weighing the morals of all.
I get you. I have dogs barking.
But yeah, according to this, Belias doesn't really have much of a direct relation to them.
See, guys, he's not Satan. You guys are all wrong.
Yeah, he just knows hellfire, don't worry about it.
Yeah, don't worry about it. He's fine.
Pretty sure he's Satan.
As he reads through that and gets like near the end of any useful information on the subject, he just sort of like lays there on the bed for a minute and just goes, "Oh, this is a note and a half. Hmm. I wonder how those other scions feel about her or feel about him."
Well, why not ask?
Well, like more like the ones I don't have at my beck and call. But upon getting that brought in, he's curious enough that he would use his second to his actually his last spell slot to bring out Bellius and see what's going on with that.
Goodbye, Al.
My final spell slot. Hey Bellius.
Ugh, hello again.
Hello. I wanted to ask a question if I could.
I'm sure you have many. Please.
Well, I have a few. I mean, I have this book on all of you guys, and I wanted to read through and see what's going on with everything. And well, one of them in particular is seeming like they're a bit troublesome. They apparently judge where souls go after they die, but sometimes just keep them.
As you start talking, you see Belias take a seat as it creaks under his weight.
What happens there? I mean, I was always taught that no matter what happens, eventually everything, all life ends back with the life stream. Is that wrong? Why does this person get to decide to just keep some of the strongest warriors that have ever existed for their own bidding?
You mean Zalira?
Yeah. Don't any of the other ones have problems with that? I mean, they can just decide the strongest warriors belong to them forever?
It was always a matter of dispute, honestly. It's after a certain amount of time passed, it was easier to count what wasn't what we were fighting over rather than what we were.
Hmm.
It was always his duty to usher the dead to where they belonged, but after time passed, Zalira started taking some, denying them final rest or giving them eternal life, depending on your perspective.
Hmm. And that's just. Hmm. Is that just the end of the conversation at that point? Nobody. They can't do anything about it?
If there is a way to do something about it, it would take the intervention of a god. Zalira, before our removal from our stations, held legions under their sway. There were many who hated their lot in life, and beasts, and those who just simply wished to kill. All of them wearing themselves to Zalira for a chance to wipe the slate clean.
Hmm. It seems like a good deal for those who are destined for punishment, I suppose. Hmm. But they're not empowered yet, right? They're supposed to have been defeated and gone. So, for some reason, now they're able to claim souls again? Hmm.
He folds his arms and thinks about it.
Yeah,
They were
don't think very hard. I don't think very hard either. I'm kidding.
my compatriots were put in a place where they couldn't hurt anybody anymore. I remember Zalira desperately clinging to one, but if anything has happened to their seals or they have something that can tie them to this world, they might have been able to regain their foothold bit by bit.
uh, well, I suppose all this is good information to let Ifrit know either way, I guess.
Were there any other questions?
What about you? I see everything here about all the different ones of you that had any power over life and death, but you're not mentioned here at all. What was your power over?
In a way, nothing. I was the first fashioned by what you all call the Great Will.
Oh,
I was never completed. Made to protect, but motions to like his hands, again illustrating that they're claw-like, little bits of flame flickering in them. My talents lend to destruction.
hmm.
Soft, as he illustrates by touching his fluffy mane,
And great hugs.
but also
He's good at great hugs, though.
monstrous, as it takes a great deal of control from me not to brush with my hands.
So, like a guardian.
That was once what they called me.
Huh.
I was not good at guarding. I was much more destroyer.
Well, you seem perfect right now. I guess all that time has a lot to give people. Learning and all that, right? Even you guys.
Thank you.
Mm. So you were all created by the Great Will too, huh? I believe that there's should be a shrine somewhere in the Republic to the Great Will. I mean, that's all they really worship over there. Maybe we'll find answers there.
Potentially. The will does not seem to be what it once was.
Even if it's more, even if all we find is more questions, more information is more information. Maybe about origins or maybe about this Alexander that was created.
We are to find any answers of it. It does seem like it may be there. From what I know of your world, it's probably the last place it was. If it still stands.
I should go and let Mimi know what I found out. Do you want to come with?
Do you think it wise?
She likes you.
And the locals?
He like looks over, like looks back to the brooch that that Mimi gave them, gives a shrug. Apparently, this lets us have lets us have basically free reign. I doubt they'll mind if they see you. If they do, I mean, what? I guess we leave earlier. Shrug.
Very well.
I'm sure she'll be happy to see you, especially since what you've told me, at the very least, it doesn't seem like they were all like that. So maybe we can even find allies among our enemies.
I'm not sure what you would find among them. Not anymore.
We found you.
One blessing. As you two will head downstairs. As we'll be going to Trin in just a moment. I need to go to the bathroom.
To the bathroom.
So I'm just gonna mute real quick.
I just imagine before knowing before knowing Mimi's downstairs, just goes up to random doors in the ends. It's like, Mimi, this your room? Mimi, this your room? Wait, I
No,
can talk to you
no.
in my ear. Mimi, where's your room?
You just walk in, and if someone complains, you just show the brooch and keep walking.
It's just like
Yeah.
just walk in. Somebody's in the middle of yoga or something. Like, what's that giant demon? Yeah. Luminous wings things. Bye.
Be right back.
Hello, chat. How are you? You're looking rather nice today. Are those new pants? They look good. Oh, you're not wearing pants. Well,
Fuck are you doing?
as I said, they look good on you. Myself, I'm just enjoying, well, life.
They're just gonna ban us.
Life is silly sometimes, don't you think? You have nothing to do and everything to do at the same time.
My butthole hurts.
One can truly experience just about everything.
The spoon is lost in my soup.
Well, get it out.
This is what
I did think
happens when the DM is gone.
See, what happens is, it's for me to get the spoon out of my soup, it means I have to put my hand in the soup, and that's gross.
Just go get another spoon to spoon your spoon out of the spoon.
No, soup's cold.
Just drink the soup.
That's what I've been doing on and off, but it's cold.
You're cold.
I love Robolin.
Yeah, if anything could get me out of the if anything could get me out of that, it was just hearing Robolin.
Yeah.
Fucking great.
Crazy Pop's just like, thank you, Linbot.
Fucking Linbot.
How does it feel?
Hey, I'm back.
You're
I heard
welcome.
Come
everything.
back.
I killed all of your vibes.
I don't know
with
what you're
prejudice.
talking about, Jake.
I heard everything. Stop making moves on the chat.
Well,
I'm trying to fucking flirt with concepts.
I just happened to notice how good their pants looked, whether they have them or not.
Yeah?
Yeah. And there was a small hope in me that if you did hear me, Jake, it would be just as you reached the restroom and took off your pants.
That's
Coward.
weird, dude.
It's just like, oh, I see you're not wearing pants, and you're like, what?
Coward,
How do you see?
I have jammies with a butt flap.
Ah, I see. That's
Ultimate
weird.
move. You stay warm while you
But with-
poop.
I was gonna say,
Jake.
but when you pee, how do you work out peeing in a onesie with a butt flap? And then on top of that, when you undo the butt flap, how do you poop and ensure that the butt flap doesn't get poopy on it?
Jake,
With talent.
What?
I'm gonna use my card, Jake. I'm actually the god of death. You see.
You're killing something, alright?
That's me. I'm the god of death.
So, hey, Trin, how you doing?
Sarah Tristan scream, what?
I am here.
Feeling good? Having an adventure? Going to explore the town?
My butthole could be better.
I'm sorry about your butthole.
I'm sorry too.
So, you were going to go search town for clues, right?
Yes.
Did you have any particular like locations you wanted to go look at, or?
No.
Okay. So as you wander around town, how do I put this politely? You eventually make your way back toward the site. Like, is there any clues here back at these giant this giant bone monument? Because I kind of only arrived, got in a fight with Mimi, might have threatened her at knife point.
Yeah, I didn't get a good look around here, so I guess this would be a good first place to start.
Hello there.
As you start looking around the shrine again, you're really taking in these statues that represent various members of Mimi's family now departed. As you hear something behind you. Well, if it isn't my favorite street cat.
Ears perk up. Looks back.
See a little procession of mages. And a rather familiar figure.
Your Highness. What
Oh, please call me Mateus.
my Lord Mateus.
Oh, I like that one very much.
What a twist of fate that we're to meet under night cover. Hello.
Oh yes, it's almost like a fairy tale. As he reaches for one of your hands.
Yeah,
He'll
lets him is just like, this is still a prince.
takes off the glove,
Are you?
leans down, kisses your hand.
You don't have to do that, sir.
Oh, but I want to, especially for that which will one day be mine.
Yes. Sure. What brings you here, my lord?
Well, I mean, you heard the announcement. You were right there when I made it all that time ago. I've been surveying my lands, giving my wishes to the people.
Of course, but what is there to survey here in this dinky, rundown ruin of a guild?
Oh, for all of its desolation, it's a historic site. As an arm comes around you, he starts leading you past the monument in the pavilion to the giant bone monster face.
Oh god, it's just like try not to lose focus, don't lose focus, don't lose focus.
As look at this majestic creature that once threatened our heartlands. Its power so vile that to this day the ground still does not bloom as beautifully.
I guess that's a sign of its incurring wrath still tainting the land.
Very much so, and one thing I will look forward to grinding into dust once my reign begins. It's a nice
Course.
reminder of what monsters lurk around and what brave souls will stand against to stop them.
Yes. So I know you just said you're here to survey and see things, but you're a very smart man and very what's the word? Astute. I know you're here for more than just seeing the sights.
Oh, well, if you really see through me that much, you must understand what I'm here for then.
I mean, cat's eyes are quite perceptive, you know.
Exactly. And I'm wondering if those eyes are ready to join me yet.
I mean, I still might need to think about it. I mean, I am traveling in company.
Oh, I'm sure, but what company could compare to the future emperor?
I mean, when you put it that way, my lord, nobody at all would be as worthy as you, sir. But still, I'm there must be more you see to me than just potential. I am, of course, virtuous and humble and only helping them in their own plight because I'm so benevolent.
Oh, and such benevolence is invaluable to what this empire will become, especially when serving the proper ends.
Yeah, yeah. Internal screaming.
So, what brings a you here, though?
Yeah, well, someone that I'm in company with, she told me a thing or two about this place. Said it was a place where it'd be worth visiting, and everybody talks about something missing from here. And I just so open and willing and such a goddamn bleeding heart. If I could get to the bottom of it and find a solution to the problem, why not,
Oh, well, maybe I can help you.
Can you now, my lord? Have you been investigating as well? Oh, that's probably what you've been doing, and you've just been keeping it humble and saying you're touring the sites to not rouse up any suspicion of the scoundrels that might be behind it.
Investigating?
Is that not the word they use?
No, I just don't know what your problem is. Please enlighten me.
There's no problem at all. It's just again, there's apparently something going on here, and I just would like to get to the bottom of it and maybe give a solution and bring some peace to the minds of those that this still somehow bothers.
Well, again, if you could enlighten me on the details. Clearly, if you're so invested in it, you must know something about it, correct?
This was apparently a very prestigious guild that had a numerous amount of very powerful and rare weapons, and they're all gone somehow.
Oh, those. Yes, yes, I remember those.
Mm-hmm.
I had been hoping to procure them myself, but from how it sounds, there is no way for me to do that anymore.
Nope, they're just poof gone.
Most unfortunate.
I
Yeah,
mean,
yeah, looks around wistfully before his eyes fall back on you.
puts the glove back on. Just like,
Well, if I had to fashion a guess, from the magic in the air, certainly nothing so paltry as what a common caster of this humble establishment would be able to produce. It was certainly somebody of a fine caliber. Almost as fine as myself, but not as quite.
No wonder no one's been able to pinpoint it down. If they're of that high of a caliber, my lord, then I could have been sniffing around like a dog all day and probably not have found a single clue. How do you do it?
When you put the faith in the right things, your senses can be enhanced beyond your belief. You should try it sometime.
Wow, with that kind of oh, what's the word? I'm just so overwhelmed I'm forgetting my words. With that kind of ingenuity and perception, you're a shoo-in for Emperor, no doubt about that. Might even get the approval of Lord Odin. You don't even need that one.
Nor would I want it.
Oh, my apologies for speaking out of line, my lord.
I don't have interest in charlatans.
Oh, my forgiveness, Lord. I would do anything to not incur your wrath.
No, no, you would never do something to incur my wrath. Not my sweet, sweet kitten.
Concentrate, Train, concentrate.
But I'm sure you know what I mean.
And in the case I don't?
Oh, are you really going to hide it?
Hide what, my lord?
While you may be a humble street cat, there is certainly the touch of divinity on you. And greatness.
Don't.
You okay?
Oh, there it goes. There it goes. Yeah, that's out of the bag.
Hmm.
Lord.
Something wrong?
Um, n- not. You knew?
I knew you had a hint of the divine on you. Makes sense being for one being so absolutely divine, even if dressed so humbly. You can't hide it as well as you think.
Well, I mean, I don't want to draw so much attention. After all, the lowly peons are not worth that much of my attention. Um, someone like me could only be worth those of the highest plane, if what you say is absolutely true. That being said, I am still benevolent. Please don't go my bullshit.
Oh, it is. Though even those below you are very important. They're the brick and mortar of any great society.
Oh, of course they are.
Oh. Well, I can see, though, you haven't made up your mind yet, and you're quite busy, I'm sure.
Uh,
Unless
mm,
you could spare a moment for someone like myself.
I mean, why? I mean, if anything, time with you would be an absolute honor, my lord.
Oh, is that so?
Of course. Even someone of divinity can still appreciate and acknowledge absolute greatness and potential, such as yourself.
Then please, come with me. He'll offer you a
Look,
hand.
looks back at everything, but is also like, but maybe they might be onto something. I just gotta stroke his ego and not talk too much. And there's just that like gulp, reach out for hand, slightly shaking.
As you do, everything spins for a moment.
Oh no.
And now you are in a large dining hall. Table completely covered with foods. Lavish, bright gold and red. As there are candlesticks everywhere, and you could not really notice it before, but as he stands there, or rather sits at the edge of the table, you can't help but feel the room's a little bit darker than it should be.
My lord?
Welcome, it's my home away from home. My little, I can't fucking make a straight fucking line. God damn it, me.
Here. That didn't work.
The
We
fucking,
can just make believe. It's okay.
okay, here's the table. Nice long table. As in front of you also is just already a full course meal, like a myriad of food you couldn't possibly recognize. Ah, my home away from home.
It's amazing, my lord.
My palace. Away from my palace, you could say.
Why, no other place would suit you.
As you were saying.
About my investigation into what happened to the possessions under Luminous Wings?
Oh, I thought you were talking about your divinity. No,
Huh?
continue, I
Oh,
guess.
I mean, in your presence, sir, is my divinity really something to truly converse about? It is simply just a matter of bloodline.
Oh, but that's something I know so much of myself, being a descendant of divinity.
Are you, my lord? It almost seems like it is more than just coincidence that we have met. Now it seems like truly, excuse the pun, divine fate.
Oh, I mean, you could put it that way.
Hmm.
I
Not,
prefer to consider it my own design, none of that great will nonsense.
I mean, but if you are yourself divinity, would it still technically be your design? For you are divine?
I like the way you put it. Ah, yes. Though, on your littler, less significant problem, if I had to guess, a certain contender of mine has been around.
A contender, you say? Why, I would be sure, as a loyal acquaintance, dare I even say a friend, would love to assist you, to ensure that your reign is guaranteed. Who?
This simpleton, I believe their name is Yu.
I have come. Well, I myself personally have not come across a Yu. Technically, kind of, but yes, we have come across a uh, such a garish name, really horrendously simple Yu.
If I had to surmise, her and her, well, she has many patrons, myself included, but her favored one has already claimed this area, you could say. Taken everything that could possibly be of use.
Oh, does that include the weapons?
Could only surmise with those little luminous wings as well.
Hmm. Um, my compatriots that I have been traveling with, one of them is, well, um, a hopeful member, but one that was well acquainted with the luminous wings. She had family and friends and, uh, I guess relatives in luminous wings. Um, she seems to want to act vengeance upon, uh, you.
Oh, Do you know their name?
Well, maybe it is just a common thing between Lalafell to have very simple names, but she goes by the name of Mimi. Now, my lord, uh, not to digress a little bit from our conversation, but have you heard of such a thing as a warrior of darkness?
Ah, I know Mimi. They were a nice girl, always helping around the palace in those sad years.
Mm-hmm. She is your mother's favorite.
Yes, her.
Would you
Oh,
not
but
be?
I imagine if she wishes vengeance upon you so poorly, it'll all come in due time.
Have you seen it for yourself? Have you seen it for yourself, my lord?
Seen what?
I mean, of course, uh, if it is a part of your design, then it is to happen, but it seems like as if you are sure of it.
Ah, well, family is family, and she certainly will want hers back. She'll join them one way or another, I'm sure.
Mm,
On what terms they meet, well, I can't say.
mm. Um, my apologies for bringing it up again, sir. Or maybe it is because the microphone cut out and it just couldn't catch it. But are you aware of what a warrior of darkness is?
Why would I need to concern myself with those things?
No reason whatsoever, just maybe it was information that passed you by and maybe you entertained the thought of it for a bit. I've just been rather curious myself. I have been apparently uh, given the title of Warrior of Light, and I thought that was, I guess, something to have a menial bit of pride in. And then I heard there
Yes,
was
I
such
saw
thing
it awaken in you that faithful day.
as.
With Ifrit, I believe.
Mhm.
I remember right, that horrible, snarling beast. Oh, I honestly thought for a moment you were a goner. All that holy blood of yours would have spilled to waste.
Wouldn't that have been a shame?
Quite, but now here we both are, alive and well as ever.
Hmm. Um, should I inform your mother that you are well, or do you wish me to not tell her anything?
She does not need to hear a thing. Me.
Of course, I will keep my lips sealed, my lord.
Oh, see, you're as useful as ever.
Only here to please you, sir. Immediately covers their mouth.
Oh, I'm sure. I mean, all of creation is here to please me. What I was born for.
Hmm. Have you any other inquiries, my lord?
Again, we've had enough talk of traitors and charlatans. You haven't told me anything about your so holy blood.
Um, in well then, I guess if you are so curious, my lord, have you ever in your travels, or maybe in stories upon your learning, have you learned of the land of Doma?
I am aware enough of it.
Mm. Well, um, I guess if you are to you are to entrust me with a secret, can I entrust you with one of my own?
Of course.
Just as you are a royal, sir, is this the Republic or the Empire?
Empire.
Empire.
Just as you are a royal of the Empire, I am a royal of the land of Doma.
Ah, I see. Though that does not explain your divinity, that explains royalty,
Well,
which
well, yes, within the royal bloodline lies the blood of the goddess Suzaku.
now it all makes sense.
Mm-hmm.
Hmm. I wonder you couldn't hide your radiance with such menial glamour.
I mean, you would be surprised of how many people have been ignorant to it, but oh, not you, my lord. Nothing could ever go past you.
Thank you. Thank you. Have you enjoy the meal?
Oh, I almost didn't. Oh, excuse me, my lord. I'm absolutely famished, but so overwhelmed and also hungry for knowledge that I almost forgot.
Well, I can sate any need.
Daintily grabs a salad leaf.
It's just a matter of saying the magic words.
Beg pardon?
If you need something, you need only say the right words. And I can grant that wish.
Anything?
Of course.
Look to the left. Look to the right. Slowly grabs salad bowl and brings it to them.
Well, if you are giving me such the gracious honor of bestowing me something like that, I must have you know that while I am royalty and divinity, I am also on the run and in search of someone.
Oh, who are you looking for?
I mean,
Clearly not
everyone.
me, though. Much as I wish
I,
it were.
I mean, running into you is still a blessing in and of itself, my lord. And maybe while I am searching for one person in mind and heart, maybe I am searching for you. But if you must know, it is my former teacher by the name of Lord Eli. Of course, everyone knows Lord Eli.
Yes, he was my teacher too once.
Oh dear. Oh well, I'm sorry if I might have caused a bit of offense.
No offense, I just positively could not comprehend what anyone would want with that. Half-baked charlatan.
They have their mouth like.
Well, um, there was a bit of business he had left unfinished back then, and I would very much so like for him to finish it.
Oh, are you sure? Maybe I could finish it for him. Probably do a better job, too.
Now, my lord, I dare not burden you with some things that could seem so small while you're on your own very, very important and essential quest.
Oh, it's hardly a thing. Please. Enlighten me.
So about me running away from Doma. Oh. You skipped out.
No, sorry, I was laughing.
I can't believe I can use this GIF. This GIF is fucking perfect for Trin right now.
Is this how Trin fucking dies? let's just put that. Did you already? No, alright, I'm just gonna throw it in stream chat too real quick on the Discord for everyone.
Oh.
Eh,
If there is one person that Trin fears, it is this person. So, about me having to run away from Doma, I trust you that the two links do in fact connect. You see, now, family history, and I mean, you've not visited Doma, have you? It is quite patriarchal in its ways, a bit old fashioned, even though it has embraced a little bit of technology while still embracing magic. I feel that by divine right, I should be able to inherit the throne. But the throne is only entitled to those who are to have my hand.
Oh, I would be happy to have your hand.
I mean, you will be so busy ruling absolutely everything, my lord. Surely a place as small and insignificant as Doma would not be worth your time ruling. As well, sir, they are my people and my burden to bear.
Well, you see, Doma, as small as you may say it is part of all.
Very astute.
So, by my right of all belonging to me, Doma will be mine. And if that's your tradition, well, then that's the logical thing to do, isn't it? Unless you'd like me to conquer it, do away with that dusty old tradition, and just have you there as my viceroy.
Bullet sweats. It's just like you were on the spot until you said that last part. Now, my lord, this can seem like a point of contention, but I assure you, when it comes to the matter of Doma, it is one that I wish to handle with my own hands. It is my land and my people, and I have been traveling around and trying to understand the common man so that I may understand her and rule her properly. While it would not make Doma any less yours, I still would ask that I rightfully own what is mine.
Of course, of course. Though I would own you, and by extension all that you own is mine. It's just the natural order of things.
Mouth full of salad. Mm-hmm. I guess that is how the chips fall. Oh, pardon me.
Of course, it would be yours by that extension, and you would be free to do what you will with them. Be it give them cake, throw them festivals, boil them, leave them to their own devices, whatever really suits you.
Well, in order to do that, I must first, overthrow the old and bring in the new. It's almost like refurnishing.
Well, from what little information I hold, there isn't much to overthrow right now.
No, But, well, Domans are quite, sticklers to their ways.
Mm,
It would take quite a feat to make them consider change as even an option.
I should probably start hurrying my ascension then. Once they understand that all their options are gone, it'll be as simple as telling them what to do.
Oh, well, sir, that is where I come in, after all. Even though I am the rightful heir, um, right now it is, under control of a relative of mine.
Yes, your uncle.
Yes. But see, one of the reasons I ran away is because he plans to give my hand to another.
Is that so? And
Mhm.
who could that possibly be?
I mean, they are not worth my hand, but please believe me when I say they are not, but also a victim in my uncle's plot. They are just a child. Ah, my soup.
Is that so? Who are they then?
Why, the son of my uncle.
Oh, I see. That makes it so easy then.
Hmm?
I've learned from past mistakes that half measures are never appreciated.
My lord?
I'll see this taken care of. The whole lot.
Again, my lord, I would.
No need to thank me.
No, wait, my lord. Please, I wish not to burden you with things. Please, leave it to me. I need to prove my worth in that way. My
But
lord,
there is no need to prove your worth. Your worth is what I deem it to be.
there is no need, but there is want. It is my sole desire, my lord.
Do
Surely you would grant me at least that. For once that desire is fulfilled, I need nothing more than you, correct?
then please, so I don't misunderstand you, what is your desire? This sole desire.
My desire is, as I had said, to bring about change and prosperity to my land. So that it is not swept up by tides of tradition and old ways of thinking.
Once these are satisfied,
Then my. Then that is all, my lord. I wish to bring it to that age and oversee it, and ensure that its growth is only forward. That Doma becomes great.
if you truly
what-
want it to be so great, you'll deliver it into my hands.
Trin's just like, I have to say it, because if I don't, he might not let me do this. Consider it a gift to you, my lord. But a gift that, great and fine-tuned, only my hands can accomplish. Carefully crafted, meticulous with love.
And then you and yours will be mine.
As predestined by your will.
Fantastic. Fantastic. Well,
There was that little bit because like they like slightly had raised themselves from the seat when they like was like, wait a minute, and then they just kind of sit back and like sink in the chair just slightly.
was there anything else?
Nothing more, my lord.
Then, I still have a little to attend to. You enjoy my manor for the night.
I am to stay here, my lord.
Well, where else would be fitting of somebody who is to be mine?
Right.
I'll see you back to yours in the morning. But for now,
Mhm.
have a good night. Rin.
You as well, my lord. And please, may I give you my true name?
Please.
It is Altrinia.
So much better to hear a name.
Mm,
Well, Altrinia, enjoy yourself. Have a good night.
sweet tidings to you, my lord.
As, he leaves the room, it kind of gets lighter in here.
As it gets lighter, there's just that pushes the salad away, grabs a fork on the side. They're not even looking at the table. They just grab whatever feels fork-like. Looks forward to anything meat, like some weird T-bone or ribeye, and just jabs it in there.
There is meat of every kind on this table.
Just slowly drags it across the table and into their mouth. What have you done?
As you'll have access to his exquisite banner for the night. Again, everything just delightfully bright gold and red. So bright and brilliant. Lovely baths, the finest silk like nightgowns. Honestly, you think it's more comfortable and lavish than your own home.
No, it makes sense. He's from the Republic. They've got so much lavish frivolities. This is oh my god, this is so tender.
As you'll enjoy your night here.
You know what? I'll do a sphere. You know what? I'm gonna be a sphere for the night. I'm gonna live with this. The consequences of my actions can wait.
As back at the tavern, Mimi, Kato, Juliet, Esphere, Malias, Nihilus, were you staying in bed?
Huh?
Were you gonna stay upstairs?
I would have probably come back down after finishing attunement.
Yeah, that would have taken like roughly an hour.
Mhm.
As all of you come back downstairs, there's a brief silence that falls over the tavern as everybody looks at Belias. You see hands on blades and staves and tomes.
What, you never seen a summoner before?
There's a brief silence, and then a collective exhale from all of them as they sit back down. They're like, oh, that makes sense.
Oh god, that worked.
You're in a town of adventurers.
Yeah.
Welcome back. Find anything useful?
Hey guys. Yeah, a little bit, I think.
Did you find?
Read up on the entire chapter of that Scion we were looking into, and I had a chat with Bellius a little bit about it as well. Uh, nothing, nothing great, I will say.
Hmm.
Sorry.
Did you find?
Well, more questions than anything.
Hmm.
According to Belias, all the Scions were defeated, including him, and he was sealed away while the others were, well, taken from their abilities to do much of anything except
Banished.
banished. You know what I mean? I can say words of whatever I want to say. You leave me alone. Whenever I was talking to the big red square over here, Zalera, or Zalira, or whichever one it was going to be, uh, whenever I was looking into everything that was going on with them, I found out what their role in all the Scions' abilities were. Uh,
Mhm.
Before that, of course, I mean, I guess starting from the beginning, apparently they're all made through the Great Will as well. I
Hmm.
mean, I know that it makes everything, but that was kind of surprising to me, especially since, again, like I've always heard about the Great Will, but I've never really connected it to a lot of things, and now I'm just connecting it to every freaking thing. Um,
It
Apparently,
is
whenever Belius was created here, he was one of the first that was created as a kind of guardian.
incomplete as I was, but yes. Uh, when it comes to divinity, we were made by the Great Will.
And each of them had kind of a job over different forms of everything. Zalera, in particular, was apparently the one who decided where the souls would go after they would die. If what I know of the Great Will is correct, eventually leading everything back to the life stream, but I don't 100% know if that's true. I I've been questioning everything in my life the past couple of months. Uh, but apparently they could also make champions, people that they could make deals with. Well, more just keep away from wherever they plan to go, whether it be to stop them from ascending to their rightful reward or stop them from going to their inevitable torment, as long as they were someone strong that can make them into a champion, giving them a kind of eternal life. But my own theory with that right now is that these people who are bringing Zalera back into power, they might have given them at least enough to where they could choose their champions again. It doesn't seem like it's amazingly wide scale. I mean, we have our own gods and everything now that take care of things for the afterlife. I doubt that they have all that power automatically back, but it seems that these chosen creatures that I found in this book might mean that they are, well, those of luminous wings. They fit the bill. Extremely powerful adventuring types that may, well, we saw how they kicked our butts.
I think we did perfectly well against them.
They would definitely kick your butt though.
Whenever I asked about having to stop anything like this, Belius said that it would cause the intervention of another god to be able to stop it. Apparently, this is some sort of contention that's happened with them all over. They had said
So,
that there was not any, you could sooner count the things they agreed on than the things that they disagreed on. And there was always infighting among all the scions, most likely leading to, well, them being defeated.
if the Great Will made the signs, did they not also make the gods?
Maybe they were sort of like Take Two in some ways.
From what I understand, that may just be it.
Hmm.
I do not know your gods, but that is what we were referred to in our time.
Did you know someone named Odin?
No.
If you knew someone named Ifrit,
No.
But you know Titan.
They were a man who
said he
fought
was a-
against us.
a man,
Maybe
king.
that's it. Maybe our gods aren't like them, created solely by the Great Will, but people who ascended, right?
someone actually, I mean, Odin, but
Might be the case.
All I know is the only other thing that comes to mind is the thing that I heard back in Titan's realm. If Titan is truly that old and he's been fighting against things like that chaos that you had mentioned before, that means that whatever that Alexander is probably can be what gets us out of this, right? That summon Alexander.
Hmm.
Apparently it was made to fight against gods.
Potentially. I never came across it myself. My defeat was at another's hands.
That's why I think that when we go to the Republic, we need to find some sort of a shrine or some sort of a church or something of the Great Will, and maybe we can try to find out more about Alexander. Maybe then we can do something to free them. All those chosen.
the chosen champions, did they have a choice in becoming chosen?
That's just the thing. Apparently not. Apparently it doesn't matter as long as you're strong. I said eternal life earlier, but I guess you could always also see that as keeping them away from their eternal rest.
Seems more like a damnation than a gift.
I think that's why there was a lot of contention in the Scions. Again, there were those who wanted them to ascend, those who wanted them to be dragged down, those who had their own issues with everything. They were always fighting. Maybe that's why the Great Will wanted new ones.
But if they're unified in this want to come back after all this time, then they might be more dangerous than ever.
But without all of their, well, power from before, also there's so many other gods, and I, I have to believe that this Alexander has something to do with it. That's
There
the only
are
thing connecting all of this.
there
Back
are very many
whenever I
other
fell.
there are many other gods, Sphere, you're right, but we can't possibly get to them all before these chosen do. We can try our hardest, but many might share the same fate as Titan, if not worse.
It also brings me to wonder one other thing. Mm. Nothing so far have I found any enemies of the Scions. I'm trying to read more, but I keep going back to what Nick said about how she burned that library, trying to stop them from learning more information, trying to stop these people who were after everything. They said they did it for their master, but I don't know if their master is among these Scions or some sort of enemy of them. They obviously have no qualms with going after someone like Titan to ask for their pieces of their power. And apparently the same thing for Diabolos. So they're not our gods, and if they're not the Scions too, then who are they?
We still perhaps the knowledge they were burning would be knowledge that could be used to stop the Scions. If your master is one of them, why would it want to be stopped?
Nick said that they were trying to stop them, the ones who were gathering that knowledge. But again, I know that we can't trust everything she said. I want to hope that that's true.
We can go back in time and ask before she burns it all. So,
You're right. There's no way we can do that. Oh, guys, did you know that I was actually at that library before?
You all become crushed under a mountain of books that materialize above you.
See, this is the best part about having this card. I can make jokes about when to use it.
Uh,
If I may.
Hmm?
What happened in ages past was, despite our differences, our grudges, we stood together for a brief time during that war. It was our intent to cast down the Great Will and see creation made anew.
Mm.
Through heroes and our own bickering, we failed. But if they are to returning, then they will surely try that again.
remake creation in in their images.
Yes.
This world's already chaotic enough. I shudder to think how much worse it could be.
That's everything I could learn on the subject right now, Mimi. But I'm wanting to look more into these books as much as I can.
She has been like looking at him with the smile, just letting it all sink in. Hasn't said anything,
Mm.
and just
Ears flop down.
it's okay. Thank you. That's more than what we knew a while back. So that's better than nothing, I guess, right? We know it's Zalira. We can figure this out, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. Hmm.
I think the best place for us to go after going to Lord Ifrit, because if I don't go there, I feel like he's just going to kill me. I don't know. I don't want to break a promise to him. I
He
think
might just
we-
forget about you.
Yeah, but there's a might there. I feel like whenever we get to the Republic, we need to find somewhere. I mean, maybe not in the Gilded Cactar, but they have to. That's the only thing that they worship at all in the Republic is the Great Will. They have to have some sort of knowledge on these things. They burned all the knowledge in the Empire, but there's no way Nyx has burned everything there in the Republic yet.
Yes, she did say she did cause some trouble in the Republic and the Alliance and the Empire. We can only hope, though. If no one else, if the Republic itself has no answers, then Lord Eli must know something. He's been everywhere, perhaps even just some trivial knowledge of it.
Hmm. Lord Eli probably knows everything. Honestly, he might even know that this is already happening. Ah, these dogs. Who let these dogs in the bar?
He's here in the distance. Well, you never seen a summoner before?
You're right. Sorry. He makes a point.
If I don't know if he knows that much. I don't think he's omnipotent. But
If there's anything you can think of to ask me, I'll always be here to answer. To the best of my ability.
How come they can't be more like you?
We all had our
If we
reasons.
got to find them, could you get them back? Maybe is that the thing you can do?
I might, though I know not how strong Zolira is compared to me now.
You did
Right.
say that if anything, we needed the interference of a god, and what else are you at this point if you're not on at least their level? I saw what you did whenever we were in the public. You punched out that sandworm.
was that the power of the book or the power of the man holding it?
Ah. Hmm.
That's looking at Belias.
It is fair to say both. I'm not a part of Tapestry anymore. I am do not draw upon prayer for strength. Only raw magic can empower me. What
If we
you
were to-
saw when I scared off that Diabolos was more a show than anything. If he had actually tried to fight me, I would have crumbled.
Ah. So we have to find that guy that saved me then. I mean, he was super powerful.
Or a massive source of ether crystals.
Yeah, but we'd still have to have somebody who could actually do that. I mean,
Do we need to? Do we need to carry those the crates of those with us, or could you just absorb it and just keep it in you?
If you were to make me an avatar, magic made flesh, but all of you basked in light and dark. Enough time, your strength alone could do wonders.
Okay. So we get strong and we beat them up. We can do that, right?
mm,
Of course we can.
Hmm.
Well, the idea of making you an avatar is not. Is a good backup plan. If nothing else. Can Alexander, do you think, if it defeated the Scions?
we
Would
don't
it
even know
kill-
if it actually made it to them. All that
You
those
s-
ghosts said that was they were waiting there, and then all I can tell from there is that they died waiting.
Elias, I'm sorry to ask you, is there a way to kill a Scion?
How would you kill a god?
Making it mortal?
Forcing mortality? I don't know how viable that could be. Well, if man can ascend to godhood, I don't know if that applies to things that are naturally divine.
Again, that's why Alexander sounds so great. From what from what you had said, Belius, it was something created to kill gods.
In
It would
absence of that,
be something to tear us from the fabric, but which, in a sense, we already are.
maybe it's already what banished them in the first place.
Hmm.
Just to do it again. How many times must we do it before we grow old and die? How many times must it happen? Needs to be a way to stop them. If they want to come back and wreak havoc on our world.
Maybe just a temporary solution would be better for whenever we can come up with a more permanent one. I mean, for right now, we don't have any resources really. But if we do take care of them temporarily, I mean, who's to say what an emperor's resources might be able to do after that? Looks over toward Nihilus.
Perhaps.
Even if it is just something to take them out like they did before, even if it is just temporary, we can come up with a more final solution later. Any solution now would be great.
Okay. To kill a god, I'd imagine, would be to destroy their shrines, kill their worshippers, erase their names from all history. And even after all that, clearly, one or two might still slip through that crack.
Hmm.
Have all this happening, after all.
I think the main thing we have to focus on are the people that are trying to bring them back. These gods, these scions, may not even have enough strength in them. Maybe they only have it because of them and their rituals. Whatever you did. Perhaps even just defeating Yu will be enough to free the souls that are trapped there.
We weren't so. damn fond of those portals. Though I'd be lying if I said I didn't wish we had that kind of capability.
Oh, that reminds me. The Empress, she said that she could teleport us around if we wanted to.
What?
Yeah, she said it before. She said that if I wanted to, she could take us wherever we really needed to. But I thought we were coming here first anyway, so there wasn't really a point to teleporting right over to Ifrit, you know?
I understand. You wouldn't happen to know how to make a teleportation circle.
Not a clue. Looks over to Juliet.
Shakes her head. Nope. Not in the slightest.
Well, perhaps Lord Eli could teach one of you.
He's just like, we had an option to teleport and you didn't fucking want to tell us that.
I mean, once we get to the Republic, we could ask Lord Eli if he has that knowledge for one of you. Or all of you that are magically inclined. We could even set one up right at the Golden Saucer.
There's much better places to set it up. Like, come on, that place is a big tourist trap. They named it, the city basically doesn't even have a name anymore.
What is a tourist trap?
Basically, just people come to the saucer for entertainment. They stay around and they muck up the streets and cause everything to be terrible. I hate it.
Oh,
They're just going in and gambling and making rich people get richer, throwing garbage everywhere.
well, as fear, I don't know about you, but I know quite a few good people that could use a vacation.
Mm.
Not many, mind you, just a legion or two. That's all.
Look, if you're wanting to ever do something like that, it does not bother me in the slightest.
Oh, fantastic.
Like maybe like I'll tell you some cool people and we'll see if they step back because I don't know if that guy who summoned you earlier like saved me was somebody who stayed there. I don't think so. He was a mage, but like there's a couple of other guys, my old blitzball team. They're probably cool.
You talk about them so much. I cannot wait.
They're probably doing fine. We split up, so I'm not sure how many of them are even left.
Well, maybe they could. I mean, I suppose I'm interested in learning what Blitzball is.
That's a lot better than the saucer, I'll tell you that. I mean, I think it's around the same area, but like it's a lot cooler. You'll see.
I'm not much of a gambler. I think my attempts to become emperor are enough gambling for me, honestly.
I have a thought.
Hmm?
You said about throwing their followers. That would not work for something woven into the tapestry. They would certainly not be able to have a body, but with time, they would return. Those, well, who were cast out were sent to a realm of emptiness, nothingness.
Then do we have to do like what happened with you? Sever them away from something like that? You said that you're no longer in the tapestry, right?
Yes. What I mean to say is, there should be no way for them to come back, unless something or someone beckons them. Which means there's something tethering them here.
It's still gotta be you, and maybe I don't know, whatever those things are that are using Lord Ifrit's symbol.
You mean
Oh.
there's anchors to our world?
Uh,
You-
Bellius, I have a question.
Yes?
He's gonna pull out paper and just kind of like move whatever food or whatever's on the table out of the way, and he's gonna start trying to draw out one of those seals that were on that were on people's heads.
That's you give me just a quick roll. See how well you can reenact the symbol.
He's gonna try, and he's probably gonna mess up the Ifrit symbol the most. But let's fucking go.
You have 1 coin.
I ain't using that shit. That one.
Wow.
I make like a couple squares and a circle, and then I'm like, there we go.
What is that?
It's
me
the
try.
thing that was on the head.
That is
Oh,
certainly
no,
a
it's-
squiggly mark.
I'll
Right,
get the
just-
thing and try it myself because I've seen it from you used also.
Yeah, this is the symbol that was on their heads, right?
There, it's like that, Seven.
Well, I think it's more
Uh.
like no, it's this right here.
Can
They're
As-
like showing their
I-
squiggly.
Wait.
back
As
and forth.
Juliet goes to just start drawing.
Can I?
It had like an
Yes.
eyeball.
Roll for it,
There.
Niles.
See?
Yeah, okay.
6. Oh my god, you
Nihilus,
threw
I hope you
3 in.
get so fucking high
That's
and
funny.
just,
As
you're
somehow
just a fucking artist.
Nihilus, glimmer in his eye, touched by the muses himself, recreates the symbol. That's
You're all just bickering and Nash just slides it silently towards Bull Eyes.
Mateus's mark. Dressed up under someone else's for sure, but that would be his symbol.
Mateus, isn't that what that guy's going by now?
Prince Alexander.
He
That
was
can't just be coincidence, can it?
he was in his day the emperor, given domain over the earth,
All of it?
all of its people and its customs. He was to instill virtue and give them culture. Though Chaos also walked the world, his was to walk among men and understand them more intimately.
That's kind of funny, isn't it? He goes from Alexander to Mateus, something that apparently was made to destroy you guys, to one of you guys.
I couldn't imagine why. But I know in his later days we took to calling him the Corrupt. He was not happy with merely all of the mortal realm. He wished to master the hells and the heavens. His greed was certainly something that caused our fall. Days.
I'll read up on him next. Well, actually, you next. Then I'll read up on him.
That does not. If the prince took that name in honor of the scion, then I cannot condone him taking the throne of the empire. Having a god be corrupt is one thing, but the corruption of a man's heart is something that might be worse. I wouldn't know how Mateus did it. I can only imagine the tyrant that he'd be.
He
Especially
was quite the awful man. He tried to use his mother as a shield once.
Oh,
I'm sorry?
When we waged war.
Who was Mateus's mother? Wait, the Great Will? As a shield.
Well, to call her mother may literally would be a stretch, but she was mother to him all the same. He was one dressed in ice.
Shiva?
The name's
Looks to see if he
unfamiliar to me.
recognizes that name. Huh?
That's what-
Shakes his head.
Okay. All right.
Resting nice. Another scion? Or was the Great Rill just someone who dressed in ice?
Hmm.
She was a different character altogether, though. I believe her name was. Let's see if he can remember.
Go, 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 go. You and your fucking summon, dude.
He
Dude,
he
he's
is just
trying his best.
silent for an excessive amount of time.
He is trying his absolute best, man. You leave him alone.
After a while, you're unsure if he's fallen into his own mind.
Elias.
Huh?
I'll maybe hope to find it in the book somewhere. I mean, they have to mention his mom in his chapter, right?
I suddenly worry for the Empress.
Hmm.
Where
I
is
wouldn't know.
Alexander?
So
It's-
maybe when we're done with the Republic stuff, we fast track your getting loved by the other three thing.
Well, if we're stopping by Ifrit Shrine, then I'll take his challenge, and if I'm found wanting, I will die. But I might not be.
And if
So-
we take it together, then we can help each other out, right?
You might make it just harder in that case. I don't know. I've not. Every trial is always different, though Ifrit's is usually the theme of violence. So, with Rama and Shiva is more. I'm more worried about those two, honestly.
I mean, it's the first trial. He wouldn't make it too hard, right?
People go into the trials at their leisure. There's no set number. People just go to all three or die along the way, whether by the trials themselves or by rivals who've tracked them down.
But I mean, I'm not like doing that kind of trial, though, right? I'm doing something probably
But
different.
if I pass, word might spread of a Dark Knight trying to become Emperor, which is quite unheard of for even an attempt at that, as far as I'm aware. It might become more unfortunately famous, which might help with our whole. He turns to Kato, which might help with our whole merchandising thing, but also with our risk to our lives thing.
Oh! Well, I mean, if it gets our names heard. I'm kind of only half understanding everything that's going on here.
We'll try and catch it up to you.
Bad
That
people
being
doing
said-
bad things, bad gods wanting to do bad things, and we're going to stop them, right?
Oh,
That
all of our-
actually brings up something, Kato. I mean, you can do magic, right?
Of course.
Why are you vying for the whole Emperor spot thing?
Never thought about it, actually.
Well, anyone can take the trials. It's so more people. Our society expects people of magical blessings that should take the throne. Considering the whole, those with magic should shepherd the less fortunate. Those without magic, which I used to be. So it kind of is a little irritating, to be honest. The more I learned about our world and my empire.
Hmm.
I
But
mean, it would
that
certainly
out-
make me famous.
You also
don't
have all the
really-
responsibilities and all that too.
Yeah, and then
Yes,
I'll have
that's-
another person I can be an understudy for. Right now, I'm understudy for Nihilus. So if he dies, then I guess I'll do fucking whatever. But like, if you do it as well, then you can be Nihilus's understudy, and I can be yours.
The trials are very lethal, usually. At least Ifrit's. The others are.
He's a dragon slayer. He'll be fine.
Well,
Ifrit is the lord. Ifrit's a demon king.
certainly something I can consider.
I'll root for you all the same. I don't intend to backstab you or anything.
Though,
But you'd also have a target paint on your back for other rivals to the throne.
this is enough food for thought tonight from me, at least. I'm going to go to bed.
All right, later, man.
Sleep well.
As Kato will retire.
It was only just recently occurred to me the consequences of me getting the seal of approval from Ifrit. now that we're so close to his shrine.
How long do you think it'll take us? Maybe a day or two?
Perhaps.
What about you, Mimi? Ever think about taking any of these trials? I mean, you did really well on Odin's, right?
I never really thought I was what I was gonna do after my first party adventure. So I guess I could try. I don't know. Right now, I got other things in mind. Elias, do you know if the souls they have suffer as they are right now?
I don't know. Guess suffering would be for how one views that predicament.
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm gonna go to bed. You got the brooch, so you can keep drinking as much as you like.
I'll probably just try to either read some more tonight or go to bed early.
As Mimi, you will retire?
Yep, I will.
As you will retire to Boko?
Your bed. You fucking chocobo feather bed.
You just like pull Boko into the room. Everybody's like looking over, like, what the? And you're just like, what? Never seen a summoner before? They're like, oh, okay.
Huh.
Mm,
This just keeps becoming more complicated, doesn't it?
I guess we just have to tackle it the simplest way we can, one step at a time. I know that this place must be hard on Mimi, though. If I would have knew everything that we know now, maybe it would have been better to go to Shiva or someone else's place away from this place.
We could have just gone to Ifrit and skipped the town. Or gone anywhere but Shiva's. I mean that. I don't look forward to going to Shiva.
Apparently, we can teleport.
That's not the problem.
Ah,
I'm confident in my ability to fight.
Hmm.
But Rama, he tests one's wisdom, their judgment. Shiva tests their knowledge. I know I'm lacking in those things. I have already failed one of my gods. I have no intention of failing the others. The longer I wait, the faster more qualified people to take those trials will succeed.
well, that's dumb.
The race to the finish. It's better than having a bloodline of incompetent monarchs ruling over everything you've had forever and ever.
Well, I wasn't talking about the system. The system's obviously kind of weird, but I don't think it's dumb. It's as good as I think something like this can be. If you have the power to be judged by gods, I mean, it sounds pretty good. I'd follow somebody like that. I was saying it was dumb what you said.
What about what I said? It seemed all reasonable to me.
You need to stop talking about them like that. All the others. You keep saying that they're going to be more qualified somehow than you. If they are, then why are you even trying? You want to be emperor, right? You don't want to just be the first to be emperor. You want to be the one chosen to be emperor. Don't you?
Yeah, yeah, I do. I want to change things. So, it's only
I'm
one real
glad
way to
that
do it.
I'm glad that you got to see how Odin thought of everything. Maybe you're taking it a little hard though. I mean, I didn't feel like I did much of anything in that. I didn't feel like the trial that he gave me was anything close to what happened with you or Mimi or even Tren. I just did what came naturally. And you did the same thing, but you had a much more complicated thing than me. I don't think I'm more qualified than you to be given anything by Odin. I just think that our circumstances were different. Luckily, you don't need him to tell you that you're good enough, right? You just need the other three.
Not need, it's want.
And we'll show him that he was wrong whenever we save him. They're apparently going at him to stop him from going to his shrine. Whenever we're done with all this, he already said that all we have to do is get stronger. He didn't leave you out of that just because you failed.
I suppose you're right.
I'm gonna take all those tests that I can to hopefully get some sort of help for someone as weak as me. So even though I'm planning on doing it, I don't think becoming emperor isn't on my mind. That's something that's you. And I mean, if you die, I guess if I don't want someone dumb to get it, I'll become emperor and I'll have all the power of all the empire and get all the dragon meat I want. And it'll be a burden to go on without you, Nihilus, obviously. But I suppose I'll have to go on. I have to have legions of cute mages taking care of me, making sure that they know that we have to go through and save the day. And man, it'll be so great. You know what,
Just try
Nihilus?
to
You want to give up?
try to just make a noose now for you. I'll do. You just need to ask, I suppose, since you're so determined for it.
Like, maybe it's time for me to go rest. After all, you're gonna have legions of cute mages, right?
No, my legion of cute mages. He like reaches after Juliet.
She explicitly keeps it just out of your reach.
You really do need to work on your statecraft before you take that seat.
I mean, she's playing, right? I was playing. She's playing.
That was-
She's kidding.
That was not the walk of a woman that was kidding, Miss Fear.
I mean, she's fine. We're just playing around. It's fine.
Don't go crying when you find her door locked.
This is a strange game.
We're a strange group of people. I hope you get used to it.
Touches ear, tries to talk to Juliet. So you're playing, right? I'm playing, right? You're playing, right? We're playing, right?
Just hear back. The Juliet you are trying to reach is telling you to go away.
Yeah, she's playing. I think. How does she know what a phone is? How do I know what a phone is?
The thing you
From
have
the Empire, you should know what a phone is.
Do they have phones in the Republic, Jake?
They have bidets.
Yeah, they have Republic.
Okay, good.
The Republic has phones.
Look, just because they have the bidets doesn't mean they have phones, all right? I have
And
to ask every time new technology is brought up.
And listen, she's just mimicking Trent.
That's true.
It's such a good thing you have the free drinks badge. You might need them.
Like I said, I'm probably going to head up and start doing some more reading or going to bed. I don't want to stay in this place any longer than we have to.
You're right. First thing in the morning.
Mm-hmm. Night, Nihilus.
Sleep well.
As you All are going to rest. Asphere, do you even have it? You don't have any. Oh no, you have one spell slot left for reading.
Oh, he said he's gonna be reading, but he's mostly just at this point studying his spell book.
I think Niles is gonna take a good a walk before he goes to bed.
Where are you walking?
Just walking. I don't know.
Yeah, you're gonna get some cocktail weenies.
I don't know, just taking a walk to clear his head of stuff. You know, no real set destination.
You also come across Mateus.
You know, you say that as a joke.
Wonderful.
You do notice while you are walking a man with a contingent of men around him. They kind of stand out to you given their imperial robes.
We're not very opulent, aren't we?
Very opulent.
With our wizards at least. Do I know what do I know what Alexander looks like?
You know of him. You've probably heard descriptions. Potentially seen him once or twice in your life. You've been to the city a few times. You know what?
Yeah.
Let's roll.
Oop.
Yeah, with a 13, I'd say you're just unfortunate enough to recognize him.
Oh, thank God. I'm unfortunate enough to recognize him on a 13. How lucky. Is he are we crossing paths or is he just standing around?
They're just walking down very casually, minding their own business.
Yeah, he's gonna engage. He's gonna probably engage in comments. Try to. I don't know.
I need to be wary of those who are going with me against in this trek. They could kill me. Oh, there's one. Hey, I'm gonna go talk to it.
There's one, but no one really would know I'm looking for this stone. All right. So let's go and talk to Mr. Mateus.
How do you plan to get his attention? He just seems to be walking down again, surrounded by his mages.
What's the right way to address the fucking prince?
The prince.
Yeah.
Neil.
Yep. Yeah, Niles will approach and take a knee and do the whole shebang of Prince Alexander. I can't believe I ran into you here of all places. It's an honor.
Uh-huh. Oh, is there something I can do for you?
Oh, no, I wouldn't bother you with anything. It's just of anywhere I was expecting to see you here. I thought you'd be in the capital.
No, one must survey their domain before they claim it. Please refer to me as Mateus.
Mateus. Is there a reason for that, my lord?
I wish it.
Oh, that's interesting. Well, as you wish, Prince Mateus.
Now, is there something I can help you with?
Well, I was just paying my respect to one of royal lineage, though. Now you've piqued my interest. Why did you pick that name?
Because it's my name.
Niles gets up off his gets up. Well, if you insist upon that, sir. Yeah, I thought it would be for a different reason. But never mind that.
I did not tell you to stand, and what reason could you possibly fathom?
Oh, apologies. Yeah. Just a name I've heard in a book once. An interesting read. And I suppose you didn't tell me to stand. Again, apologies. I've been through a lot on my travels, and I forget myself sometimes.
Of course. One can be expected to stay competent while on the move.
Nihilus, you were right. The door's locked.
Ignoring that.
I'm playing. I'm sorry. I'll go on mute.
uh, well, uh, have you made your way to any of the shrines yet, Lord Mateus?
More than you'd expect, but not as many as I'd like.
How many? Oh, so you've gotten blessings from at least two of our gods?
It's of no concern.
Oh, it might have been. I'm going to go see Lord Ifrit tomorrow morning. Tomorrow, at least. Hoping to get there.
Is that so?
Indeed.
I doubt he'll have the temperament for one such as yourself.
Well, one must try if one's to succeed at anything.
One should also know when something's a wasted venture.
The only waste adventures are the ones that are never set out upon.
How depressingly idealistic.
I prefer optimistic. No. We'll see. I'll either gain Ifrit's blessing or I'll be a charred pile on the floor.
I'm sure it'll be the latter.
You'd be surprised at what I can. Well, I'm sure you have very important business, my lord. But I do hope you stay safe, and wish you luck on whatever ventures that you might be going on. Surely they can't, any of them can't possibly be wasted.
No, not really. Not when one has world to seize.
You make it sound so easy.
Is when one has the vision for it.
And with the right backing.
That's how you want to put it. I don't need anyone besides myself.
Oh. Hold on. Uh-oh. Of course not. The best, I suppose the greatest of leaders always stand alone. No need for partners no need for anyone like gods or scions or anyone like that.
The greatest leaders are God.
You're looking
No.
to ascend, but that's a bit high. That's a bit of a far shoot to ascend to godhood. I don't know if any man could do that.
Of course, somebody as common and short-sighted as see such.
Well, I hope to gain a broader perspective when I sit upon the throne of the Empire.
Is that so?
It is. Though I'm short-sighted, my eyes are set on one place in particular as my first destination. Yours is the whole world. Mine's far smaller, I'll admit. It's just a little patch of land to the west. to burn all that tree away to get to it. Then maybe we'll head south. And here the Alliance Islands are beautiful most times of the year. But for someone like you, I'm sure every direction is the place that you'll go once you set up on there.
Do me a favor.
Mhm.
Make a Constitution save as he holds out a hand to you.
Yeah,
It's alright. Well, I mean, if you still want to use that, you have advantage from Crazy Fox.
I do. Not 20, so yeah, I'll just take the advantage.
Okay.
Give.
So let me just roll. 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 2, 3, 4, 5. Take 14 damage.
Ouch. That stung. Whatever that was.
He holds out his hand to you as a familiar sensation, one you felt a while back. Though this time it doesn't kill you.
You just cast Flood Darkness at me?
He cast Negative Energy Flood, yeah.
Okay. God. Ah. Ugh. Oh, I haven't felt that in a while. Ugh. I feel like I've offended you in some way.
You talk too much. And certainly don't have enough of a right to be so noisy.
I wasn't aware that such things were so punishable. These mages that are next to him, what are they looking like?
They're standing pretty damn still.
I thought one of your subordinates would have jumped at me first.
No, they're well trained.
I'm sure it's training.
Oh, do you want to run your mouth some more?
Nihilus puts his hands up and back and steps back. But he is smiling.
Have a good.
He gives a gracious bow.
Are you going to move out of the way?
Yeah, of course.
He'll keep walking.
Yep. He just like rolls his shoulders. Ugh. He touches the little link pearl. Like an all broadcast to everyone who's still awake.
Trin, you can't hear this.
No, I had a feeling I didn't. I'm in another dimension, dude.
Yep.
Thing happen?
He's gonna start walking back towards the. He's gonna take a long way back towards the bar. Just a long walk. Yeah, I ran into our dear Prince Alexander. Guess I got
What
my
did he
answer.
do to you?
My good question. I'm far too lowly a being to ever get an answer from him. He hurts real bad. God.
Wait,
Yeah.
you hurt?
He hit me with something. I wasn't
Okay.
expecting him to hit me with something like that, but he hit me with something.
I'm going right now. Where are you?
I'm coming back. Relax. I'll be fine, maybe.
No,
I
where
think
are
a good
you?
night's. Not a,
She's
I'm,
getting out.
I think a good night's sleep won't hurt. It won't help. It's fine. I'm on my way back. I'm just taking the scenic route just in case. Well, just in case.
I
Yeah,
am out of the room. Where are you?
Boko's following you. Like, what?
I'm not sure. I'm just a little bit away.
Okay, I'm
coming.
just gonna start walking until I find you. She
You
will.
don't.
Wait, yeah, she's off.
Anyway, in an entourage with them, I have an inclination to think that perhaps they might be zombified.
Hmm.
Got real mad when I started talking about scions. In all fairness, maybe I should have opened my mouth about such things. Then again, I don't actually. That's not like I respect him. Actually,
I don't think no one does. Not really, at least.
he's a rival first. It doesn't matter what his royal highness is. Besides that,
As eventually you'll arrive back at the tavern.
yep.
Mimi, you'll go to heal him.
I'll do that.
You have a 3 slot left, so we'll say you use that. You guys are gonna have a good night of sleep anyway, and it'll be fair to say that's where it gets the rest of his health back from.
Thank you, Mimi. Well, I certainly made an impression.
I've been
think.
on mute this entire time.
You have.
Oh,
Cool. Yeah, I wonder why you were so quiet.
Fuck.
So what? I guess what were you saying?
Don't fucking nothing. Never mind. I was like I was saying that I was saying that I was gonna follow because Mimi was going out by herself. I'm like I'm coming. But like after you got healed up, I'm just like, well, what did he do to you?
Hit me with darkness. Stung. I'm used to it. Sort of. Well,
You
kind
can
of.
just do that here.
I ran my mouth. I couldn't help it. I wanted to prod him for something. Anything. See if my suspicions were right or not. I think they were. Or he just really didn't have time for someone as lowly as me. Especially when I talked about being emperor. I don't know. I'm used to people laughing at me about that, but this time, with everything, just had to poke him, you know? Couldn't help myself.
oh, you should have. Look at you.
Yeah.
It could have been way worse.
Oh, if it did hurt, and if it was anything like last time, I might have just died.
You see Mimi, like, her smile just cracks a little, like,
And that's the first time I got hit with that ability. Not from him, from a condemner. Hit me with that forever ago, feels like.
We don't know if swords are gonna come to your rescue this time, Nihilus.
I mean, maybe I was counting on something helping me, but I don't know. Let's see what I still have to tell. I don't know if it's just noble pompousness or genuine irritation at mentioning so many things. Hard to tell. I guess I'm with Trin in a certain circle now. I talk too much.
Yeah, but apparently Trin's more endearing than you. That being said, this guy really has a crush on Trin?
I mean, people can have attraction to whatever they feel like.
Well, we gotta
Can't
put a
fault.
stop to that.
Well, if he insists on being a rival, we're gonna keep butting heads anyway. I might just have to kill him. Well, might just have to. Like, will if he continues to stand in the way of it.
I
He
mean,
did
if
mention
has,
something though.
if he
Something
has the
very interesting.
zombified things, then we might have to.
He did mention something very interesting there.
Hmm?
He said I'd be surprised how many gods he's visited and how few they should have. He said he's visited a lot of gods. Said that he doesn't need help when you are a god and other such strange things. He seems to be hell bent on owning the world, which he's not the first emperor to want that, in all honesty, but still.
Owning the world, like what Bellius just told us.
Yeah, and I asked him why he chose Mateus. He said simply because that's my name.
Ominous.
Yeah.
He'll be as ominous as he wants, but I can tell you right now, I don't have any interest in fighting him here. I already can feel that I'm not strong. I still can't. I would have not.
Let's
I don't think I would have survived that.
let's wait till the morning to tell Trin that he's here. If I don't know if they get a good rest knowing that they're around.
Yeah, absolutely. And besides, we're leaving. And all the same. Again, I have no interest in engaging with him anymore.
Hmm.
I managed to get a reaction, and that's good enough for me. As lethal as it might have been.
I literally just told you on your understudy. Don't make me the Emperor, Nihilus.
Mimi is not amused.
What? I'm fine. It's fine.
Quick, Flex, use your second wind.
No.
No.
I won't go doing something stupid like that again. All right, Mimi? I'm sorry.
She'll just stay there staring at him like,
Didn't think I'd dislike someone so much I haven't met before, but you guys seem to have a pretty equal consensus on how you feel about this guy, even before all this.
I wasn't sure what to think of him yet. Despite this as well, all these things we've learned now, I knew how I felt. I just had to see for myself. I couldn't resist.
Hmm.
I had to. It was deep in me. I needed to do this. And now I've gotten my answers. At least one or two. Not like I ever had a qualm with killing the rival.
So we're allowed to do that? We can just murder people?
He just
Like
shrugs.
even
Nihilus,
princes?
Nihilus shrugs. I
mean, when you're
murdered
em- I mean,
people
when
a
you
lot.
I mean, when you become emperor, I guess you can pardon us.
I mean, people. It's not unheard. It's not an. It's an open secret that people of higher station would really prefer certain other individuals from stopping their attempts to contest them on things. So
At least in the Republic, they're a little bit more secretive about their assassinations.
what's the point of that?
Mostly backlash, I guess.
Backlash from what?
Public. I guess you don't have to worry about that here.
You mean the people that we shepherd as our poor ignorant flock?
Sometimes you guys really play up the Empire, and like it makes me sound like it's the best place ever. And then tonight,
I've never lied about anything about the Empire. I care about it and love it deeply. I just admit that I can admit that there's problems in it.
Hmm.
It doesn't make it any less a great place to be. Every place has its problems. It just matters on who's in charge to fix it. And most people don't want to try and fix anything.
well,
So
let's get you to bed, dude.
As all of you retire for the night, having a good, restful sleep ahead of you. You guys in your nice, comfy tavern rooms. Mimi cuddled up with Boko.
in Nyla's room, check in to make sure he's okay.
Trin in a lavish palace of crimson and gold.
What do you mean? Trin's right over there in that room over there. That's Trin's room.
Yeah,
Yeah.
yeah, definitely.
I love how at no point no one like everyone just believes Tren, who chose not to eat and immediately retire.
I mean,
I also chose not to eat. You don't see me sneaking out.
Tren not eating?
I assumed you'd
me
rather
not
eat your.
eating.
I just assumed you'd rather eat your endless snack bag and then just fall asleep for 12
It's
hours.
not an
because
actual snack bag. It's more like a placebo effect.
You're a placebo.
It's literally a placebo effect in a bag. But no, this is that case where Tren's just like, if he comes here any minute, I can't. I have to. Silky pajamas.
Oh God.
I don't know when he's gonna arrive, and I don't want to. And I don't know what's gonna happen if I'm not absolutely presentable. Silky pajamas, go.
As you
Time to put those man. I've been trained for this. He's just a man. I just have to fucking stroke his ego, and I can get out of here.
Or you can leave.
No, I'm trapped in here.
You can fucking leave.
You know what? I'm trying not to piss him off.
As for you, Trin, though, you have a wonderful night getting to indulge in all the luxuries of this palace. As you go to the window, there's nothing but blackness outside it.
Hello, darkness, my old friend.
But, you know, inside is light and lovely. Just close the curtains, don't look. Enjoy every luxury and drink.
I've come to talk with you again.
Nice bubbly baths with the, you know, richest water and scented bath salts.
Turns around, closing the curtains because a vision softly creeping in my eyes while I was as they lower into a bath.
But, the next morning comes for you, Trin. At least you think it's morning, you slept. Eventually.
Like if I keep myself up, then I don't know, man. He might notice and then ask me 20 questions of how could I not sleep in this beautiful, pristine palace? And in another dimension, in another world, I would ask myself the same question. These are red chocobo. This is red chocobo everything, and probably the finest silk from God knows whatever the finest thing silk provider is here. How did I not fall?
Yeah.
Then just make the most of it.
As in the morning, there's a knock on your door.
Ears perk up. Slowly rise, but covers, pretend covers modesty with the covers. You may enter?
As the door opens, you see him step in.
Oh, my lord! Covers face. Oh, dear. If I had known it was your presence, I would have... Oh, I should not have you look at my face first thing in the morning. It must be wretched, absolutely, after just waking up.
Hardly. Divinity
cut
is
out.
Hardly. Divinity is divinity, and time of day will not change that.
You flatter me, my lord. To what do I give this honor?
Oh, it's dawn. I promised to return you to your friends on the morrow, didn't I?
That is very true. Oh, they probably didn't even notice I was gone.
I just have one question. To
This lowers blanket.
convenience you. Where were you heading?
Where was I heading? There are several destinations that my compatriots wish to go upon, my lord.
Where were you heading?
I had told you before I am wishing to find Lord Eli for some unfinished business. But
right.
until then, I am somewhat obliged as a, just one hand quote, warrior of light, to accompany them on their mission to, as they say, save the gods.
Well, there are no gods worth saving. So, allow me to save you some time. Well, I could just teleport you right to the city. I'm sure that would get you quickly arrested, and that would be Quite an inconvenience, but I can usher you to the border.
Of the Republic, my lord?
Yes.
There's just that slight widen in their eyes because Trin's just like, I've been wanting to go there, but I agreed to freaking dilly dally and twiddle my thumbs with these fucks.
We've been gone 3 days.
Yeah, not where I
Freaking
want to go.
dilly-dally.
Not where I want to go.
If you're looking for Eli, that would be where you would need to be.
Yes, of course. And it would surely make things a lot easier, but my lord, maybe it is just the silly ramblings of a precarious girl on a mission. A little part of me wishes to earn it, as they say.
Earn it. Really.
Mm.
What is
I mean-
what is a few days of footfall when you've run from Finn and back so quickly?
Very true, but, well, as much of a charlatan as Lord Eli was, there was one valuable lesson I did learn from him, one that is befitting of someone who wishes to reach for greatness. Maybe it is one that even you could relate to in some way.
And what could that possibly be?
It is the notion that you can be that it is okay to be content, but always also good to always be hungry. I think his lesson is it is fine to allow and let things happen, but it is also valuable, especially as someone who wishes to achieve greatness, to not just be entitled to it, but also to have earned it with the power and prestige and charisma.
Which, believe me, I am. And you, as mine, need not worry about such things.
I also find it rather rude to my compatriots to just leave them so suddenly without their knowledge.
Oh no. Don't you worry about them.
Hmm?
They'll be with you.
Well, then I surely do not wish to detour them so much so, my lord. It is fine, they have made me a solemn promise.
Is that so?
Mhm.
And this promise is more important than my offer?
I would never presume, I would never even. Damn it, what are words? I would never insinuate such a thing, my lord.
Then why the hesitation?
I guess one can call it foolish benevolence on my part. My overwhelming sense of charity.
Foolish, I can agree with.
Hmm.
He gonna murder you.
You are lucky I'm fond of you. There's only so much foolishness I'm willing to tolerate. I'll be sure to correct it in time.
That you shall, my lord. Forgive my speaking out of line and my gregariousness.
As, I'll lift a hand. A bright flash. As you're back in the tavern bed.
Am I still wearing silky pajamas?
Yeah, you are. He ejected you with all that stuff.
At least I get to keep these. Actually, really nice. Actually, really nice.
As all of you back at the tavern. I think that'll be a good place to end it for the night.
He
God, you're so lucky Trin didn't be like, yes, take me to the Republic right now without any of them knowing. Just suddenly at the Republic. Well, now we're going to do what I want to do.
Oh man, we're so lucky that we don't have Trin friggin' going to the Republic without us. If you're gonna
Don't
go
make me
without us, then we're lucky without you.
Don't make me ask Jake for a retcon right this very fucking moment.
Jake,
Yeah?
I'm actually Mateus, and I say,
Ah.
I'm also at the Republic with Trey. Mateus fucked up.
Oh no, he promised he'd get all of you too.
yeah.
Ha!
Yeah. And Trina was like, no, I can't do such a detour. They were so set on doing what they want to do first, and then we go to the Republic.
I think you're lucky you could use us as an excuse.
Trin wanted to take the deal. He was even like, do you want me to just take you to Eli?
Mateus is the kind of guy that gives you a bed, but also chains you to it. And doesn't have a key for the chain.
What?
Why would I
key?
need a key?
Why you say that like a key was fucking made in the first place?
Just an unbreakable chain that you never get out of. So yeah, you get to live in this fancy palace in this one room with, it's pretty good. There's no sky anymore, but
I just live in this fancy palace where this guy who married me killed my nephew and my uncle for me.
He did a lot
Like,
of
you're-
stuff that I lightly insinuated because he took it way too seriously.
Yeah, he fucking did. That was fucking crazy.
Like, Trin was already like, I'm already walking on eggshells denying the offer the first time, then being like, no, I want to take over Doma. But then was like, and get it to the best possible state possible so I can give it to you. But like, it's just like, man, I'm walking on eggshells. Just keep saying how great he is. Do what they taught you. Just, oh wow, you're so great, my lord, my lord.
Oh, whenever you
Not
started
bad.
doing that, I just thought it'd be funny as hell as he just like look over like, I missed the trend from whenever he was being a big lazy kitty cat, not flower girl. Like he just starts pouting, like go back to the way you were.
Stop it. I
I'm in
don't
love
like
with that
this.
trend. I'm in love with freaking lazy cat trend.
They
was
didn't really meet Lazy Catrin. They more so met like fucking Hungy Catrin.
cat. I'm kind of sad that he just poofed you back to the tavern. I wanted a really awkward meetup.
You
love
just
how-
come back and like fucking we're just all having breakfast and like there's like a battalion of people walking you back and it's just like fucking really?
What did you do this time? And you see Mateus like, oh.
I'm just surprised that at no point during what after what had happened with Nihilus and everybody reconvened, where like Kato's like, let me go see if I can wake up Trin, and Trin's not there, guys.
Oh yeah, Kato and Juliet were fucking KO'd. They were asleep.
My walk didn't take that long. The other two passed out.
Oh
We've been
man.
out for most of the day doing freaking ritual things and probably making firewood for some old lady who doesn't know how to
And think.
been you.
The
Your rolls
session's-
have been crap today, Jake.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's
Listen.
been very funny.
Listen. The session started with a group hug. Just remember that.
Yeah.
Yeah. If I didn't take that tough feat, I might have actually like gotten one shot by fucking Mateus. I think 28 was like my max like before I took that feat.
You made the con save, so it got cut in half to 14, thankfully.
Yeah.
He could
But I
he
have
could have
30.
still hypothetically one-shotted you with it.
Yeah.
Or cast the spell twice.
Yeah.
Wonderful. I join a party and I already have one member dead. This is
Undead,
wonderful.
thank you.
Uh-huh.
Mm.
It's just like you just gave him that crystal and then he walks off and fucking explodes.
You just see it just a nuclear launch in the middle of town.
Mama.
Let's see. Hold on. Where is it? I
Oh,
can
whoops.
also I can start hitting him with negative energy flood at level 17. Look at my spell list.
But alright,
Seven-
guys.
17th level. I can cast negative energy flood. Alright, guys, it's power level.
Let's send you
I wanna
guys off
kick
on
this.
a raid. As there is a VTuber. They do rigging and stuff. Right now they're just playing what is it called? Astroneer.
Ooh, actually,
It's a pretty good game.
Yeah. Absolutely.
But- dude, I double checked. I only get 5 total spells from Dark Magus. I only get 5.
Man, if only you could find a way to learn more spells.
Yeah, but I can cast them at higher level when I hit level 6.
Oh yeah.
I hope you guys had fun tonight. I like to think some fun things happened tonight. And
Yeah,
tomorrow
tonight
you
was-
guys will get to continue on the road to Ifrit, where nothing bad could ever happen.
Yeah.
And you guys in there, just hit him up with a group hug. Just give him the group hug. Group hug, group hug.
hug.
And tomorrow we'll be having Zelda, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
So see you guys then.
Goodbye, everybody.
Bye.
Good night.